Hey, hey.
Okay. Oh,
And
actually, it does look like it has gone.
oh, it has gone live. Perfect. All right. Well, we'll
Well,
test.
let's do a test, and then we'll go to a.
Yeah.
So
Let's just test that. Test.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Do come in, make yourself comfortable. We're so delighted to see so many of you joining us today. So I'll just let these last few people come in through that back door. We appreciate it's quite warm in here, so we can leave the doors open. So welcome to our 10th Birth Trauma Summit. We are so honoured to have you all join us for this first face-to-face conference since COVID, which feels like a long time ago now. And we'd also like to welcome our online audience. We have almost an equal number, if not more, online joining us today. So welcome to all of you too. This Birth Trauma Summit is a space where everybody's voice matters. Together, we can foster a culture of empathy, understanding, and actionable solutions that will empower women, birthing people, their partners, families, and care providers alike. So we encourage you all to fully engage in today's sessions, the workshops that we are having here in this building, and of course, these wonderful networking opportunities. Knowing that you are all in a very supportive and compassionate community. Those of you who haven't yet picked up a goodie bag who are here today, there are goodie bags at the side of, at the edges in the main hall. Inside you'll find a lanyard, so do please pop your name on there so that we can strike up those wonderful conversations in our breaks. And of course, your safety and your well-being is of our highest priority. We all know that the subject matter of birth trauma can be hugely emotive. So we are absolutely here to make sure that your wellness is supported in this space. We have a designated quiet room just through the door at the back on the right-hand side, and that's for you to go if you need a moment to reflect, perhaps to decompress, or simply take a break. And there's also a space for any babies that are with us today if they need a little bit of quiet time too. If you do feel unwell or you feel like you need some additional support, we have our wonderful team. I have Becca to my right, of course. Wave if you're in the team. Do seek us out if you do need anything from us. And of course, we value your input. So there will be feedback forms that we will provide at the end of these sessions. I also just wanted to point out that it's really poignant that today is actually the date of the anniversary of the publication of the Birth Trauma Inquiry Report. We couldn't have planned it better. And the venue is incredibly important to us too. So Conway Hall talks about their history here. Do have a look online. It's very much where sort of ethics matter. And the hall has some wonderful stories that date back to 1787, really promoting free thought. And there seems to be no other society like this in the UK and possibly the globe that has such a history that is dedicated to creating a fairer, more equal world. So I feel like we're really in that right space. And one of the notable leaders back in those early times, John Fox, was an early supporter of women's rights and campaigning in regard to women's rights respecting infant custody. So again, it feels like we are really in the right place. We would like to thank our sponsors, Irwin Mitchell and Lee Day. They are long-standing partners at Make Birth Better. Those of you who are here in this space, do go and see them out in the lobby. They would love to chat with you. And those online, you can go onto our website and click into the links to their pages too. So thank you all. Thank you for being here. And let's make this summit an inspiring and impactful experience for all. So without further ado, I would like to welcome, everybody knows her, of course, Becca Moore, our co-founder at Make Birth Better, a clinical psychiatrist, has a million years of experience, if you ask me, in sort of perinatal psychiatry, specialising in infertility, pregnancy loss, anxiety, depression, OCT, it goes on, and of course, birth trauma. So Becca will start our sessions today by providing a research update and framing the day's purpose. So over to you, Becca.
Thanks, Judy. I'm hoping this works. Do I just press next? Should it work? Yes? Thank you. Does that work? No. Oh, yeah. Does that work? Yes. So throughout the day, do feel free to use this to send any questions or reflections, particularly during the panel. So I'll just give you a moment to use that if you would like to. I'm just going to be talking quite briefly, but just to give an overview of today. So we can go through that one. Oh, gosh. I don't have the knack of this. Maybe point it there. Sorry, Trudy. Is there an easier way that we can move the slides forward? Okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So this is where it all began, 10 years ago at a NHS hall in East London, where I organised the first summit. Was really hoping that somebody actually came. It was all just organised free and word of mouth, and these were some of the images that were drawn on that very first summit. And I think you'll recognise that they're key themes that we see and hear all the time. And this is where we're going. So I'm sure you've seen online that there's lots of change afoot at Make Birth Better. We have to try not to cry now when I think about Nikki, our amazing CEO, who's moving on to the Maternal Mental Health Alliance. But we have this amazing combination coming to be with us at Make Birth Better of Laura Rose and Ilian, who are both speaking this morning. So Laura Rose as our new CEO and Ilian as our Chief Ambassador. So we're absolutely excited about this change and what it's going to bring and mean for us going forward. Thanks, Trudy. I'm just going to give a very brief overview, and many of the things that I'm going to talk about today are going to be expanded on in the different lectures and workshops. But obviously, the great thing is that our knowledge and awareness has come a long, long way. So from Susan Ayres, who's going to be giving an overview of research this morning, being told that birth trauma could not exist, to it coming into NICE guidelines, and then this whole explosion of new teams, services, and really growing awareness about perinatal trauma that we have today. So when we were thinking about choosing the themes for the conference, bear with us with the slides, sorry, there we go. We really wanted to come back to the basics of birth trauma. So just where we are, what the landscape looks like, what the research shows us, what the lived experience feels like. And then we very much wanted to look at how do we develop and grow and make the next 10 years even more amazing. So we really want to come back to those themes during today. And a lot of it is we'd really like to focus on all the amazing work that everybody is doing that is here today, sharing that, honouring that, and really recognising how much hope there is on the horizon. I'm also really delighted today to be talking about our Think Trauma Now campaign, which is something that Aveline, who's at the back, I'd really like to say that she has done a huge amount of work on this campaign. It launched in 2020. There's lots of the summary in your programmes. And we've had lots of amazing developments with National Lottery, Rosa Trust funding and others. So it's really helped us to develop this as a piece of research. And this is the first time that we're sharing some of the details of it today. It's been led by a core team with Dr. Poonam Krishnam, Emma Tucker, who's a health visitor, and also Ilian as well has been a key part of developing this piece of work. So the key statistics that you can see in your programme as well, if it's a little bit hard to read on the slide. So what we really wanted to focus on was asking people, two sets of groups of people, parents about their awareness of birth trauma, and then also looking at professionals as well. So we had over 850 responses, and really some of the key statistics was asking people, are you aware that birth can be traumatic? And 2/3 of parents were aware that that could happen. But then we also asked them about whether they were asked about their birth experience by their GP or health visitor. And what we found from that was that very few people were actually being specifically asked about whether they had experienced a traumatic birth. So less than 15% of people were asked that question postnatally, and over 77% of people were never asked about their birth experience. We also asked with health visitors, and again, that was slightly better, around 1/3 of people were asked, but 60% of people never had any chance to talk about or explore their birth experience. And most people were not provided with any support. About 27% were not provided with support. And we see debriefing, again, about 1/4 as being the most common thing that's offered to people in terms of support. Thanks, Trudy. So in terms of the healthcare professionals, we also saw that a lot of people were saying that they hadn't been given any information. So 3/4 were not being provided with information, and often people were looking online. So I think this was just really important to flag that we need to make sure we're signposting people to good online resources if they're starting to look and seek support around birth trauma. So many people mentioned Make Birth Better, the Birth Trauma Association. They mentioned looking at Ilian's site. So people are often looking online rather than specifically being signposted to NHS treatment. Just to go over the research, we're going to be talking about a lot of these themes throughout the day. So we know that the themes from all the classic studies hold true and have done. So these are all, the really classic work of Cheryl Beck, of the subjectivity of birth trauma, thinking about the prevalence and rates of trauma, thinking about the fact that birth is not necessarily being traumatic because of a medical cause, it may be, but that it's often those interpersonal, those care factors that are the cause of perinatal trauma. You will get a copy of this deck as well, so it has got lots of links to the papers in it as well. We know increasingly about the vulnerability factors, about, people come into a pregnancy or during labour, that there are specific things that can make that birth be more likely to be traumatic. So whether that's hyperemesis in pregnancy, a NICU stay, a prior history of depression or anxiety, we have a lot more details about what makes somebody vulnerable. We know that particularly in the last couple of years, we've had this really landmark work in progress. So we've had the birth trauma inquiry, which we've said was a year ago. We have the BEST study in progress, which is replicating the BEST study from Australia. That is due to start publishing its first papers next year. And lots of work around debriefing with the CORAL study. And all of this work is going on in the last couple of years. We also know that our maternal mental health services are world leading. To our knowledge, these teams don't exist anywhere else in the world as yet. And there was a really wonderful recent review by the Maternal Mental Health Alliance of how these teams are beginning to function. And I really, really hope that they will roll out completely across the UK. So it's absolutely amazing that we now have those teams available. Peer support, obviously, particularly I think in perinatal mental health, is invaluable. Loads and loads of literature around how effective peer support is. And I think increasingly pretty much every service has peer support as part of their core team. There's also a lot of support outside of the NHS. So we know that many women will never access NHS services. So there's lots of different spaces and places where people are accessing support, whether that's via a helpline or an online forum or community or perhaps private debriefing. So, and increasingly, I think, an awareness amongst allied professionals like physiotherapists, also perhaps having these conversations about birth trauma as well. We have a lot more awareness of the disparities that exist for Black and brown women. Again, all of these reports have been published relatively recently. We know from the Embrace statistics that the rates of disparity are still too large, too unacceptable, and lots of groups are trying to actively work on this. That goes the same for the stillbirth rates, and all of these papers published over the last few years have really highlighted different themes, so around women's pain, around how safe people feel within the NHS, so a lot of additional work and thought of how we kind of really nuance the care that we give. We are hearing more global perspectives, so there's some really great groups doing work around postnatal PTSD and birth trauma pretty much all across the world now, and particularly the TOP study is really beginning to think about what does trauma-informed care mean for different populations? How do we actually bespoke that and provide that in a different way depending on where people live? This study came out recently. It's from 2025. It may be a little small for you to see, but it's a really interesting study looking at different types of trauma across populations on every continent through pregnancy in the world. So it's really worth having a look at, and it's literally just been published. As I said, we will send you the slides, so you will have access to all of the links. Thanks, Trudy. We know that there's understandably an impact in terms of perinatal trauma for fathers and partners, and that's rightfully being researched. Again, there's a couple of recent studies that we've linked. One comes from the Swiss group, where they actually tracked looking at both women and men up to a month postnatally. So they're able to kind of highlight the rates of PTSD symptoms in fathers, which was around 10% in that sample. Although we know that research is biased towards heterosexual couples, again, We've linked some new studies that are in place. The one from Sweden was of birthing parents and non-birthing parents, and really highlighted that there was often a lot of trauma in the way people were cared through their pregnancy experience, and a lack of knowledge around the people looking after them as well. We need also more work around the impact of perinatal trauma on bonding and attachment. Again, there started to be more studies looking at that. The top one is around children that were looked after, and then the bottom study was a more recent study that looked at non-birthing parents' experiences of care and rates of PTSD. There is more breastfeeding and grief and trauma research as well. These are two very recent papers that have just come out. It's also a really lovely paper that came out this year around African American experiences of breastfeeding. So lots of groups looking specifically at the impact of feeding and perinatal trauma as well. Likewise, there's huge work going on around NICU. We've known for many years that NICU can be hugely traumatic for parents, and I know Frankie's going to speak about this in one of the workshops. Likewise, with caesarean births, we've known for a long time that that's associated with an increased risk of PTSD. And again, we have one of the workshops today is looking around how to be more trauma-informed and aware during a caesarean birth. We have a lot of research also on professionals, because obviously we have to think about vicarious trauma and the impact for professionals as well, and also more research around neurodiversity as well. So lots, again, there's going to be speakers here today speaking about that in more detail, but there's beginning to be a lot more thought and focus as well. Impact on staff, I think, has been known for a very long time. And the research here from the 2025 paper was looking at obstetricians and gynecologists around what training they received around trauma-informed care. And in that group, only 20% had ever had any training about perinatal trauma or birth trauma. So still lots of work around how we're training staff, but also around how we're supporting staff who may be coming to work with their own lived experience of trauma as well. So we wanted to end on, we want this to be a very hopeful day as well. I know we're talking about things that can be very difficult and distressing, but there's a lot of hope that we want to focus on as well, around sharing our stories of what we're doing, the research that's going on, just networking together, being together in this space. We hope that this feels like a really hopeful day as well. And the last slide, I think, is again for sending us questions. Please do send us questions. We will hope to answer many of those in the panel discussions. And we, are happy to take questions from the floor throughout the day as well. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to the first speaker. I'll let you introduce it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Becca. There is just so much new research out there, and we know we certainly need more. We are going to now welcome to the stage our wonderful new Make Birth Better ambassador, Ilian Morrison. So I hope Ilian is in the wings over there. So Ili is going to be talking about joy, healing, and changing the narrative around birth trauma. Ili, as I've just said, is a new Make Birth Better ambassador, a midwife, a mother, a birth debrief facilitator and educator, an author, so the list goes on. 10 years or more of experience in women's services. And Ili has a keen desire to see change, in particular in regard to the impacts of racial inequality. So welcome today. I'm going to move that way and I will come back to you.
So I think I'm double mic'd. I don't think I need both. I don't plan to move from here. So if there's is that all right? Yeah? Okay, perfect. So it's an honor to be here today in this capacity and in my new role, excitingly. As many of you who've heard me speak before, I don't prepare anything. I think it's important that I sort of get a sense of what's needed, and I know exactly what is needed to be spoken about, and that will come out. But I wanted to start this with, there's a very popular phrase, which is joy is an act of resistance. And it's really interesting, because I was thinking about it on my way here, and I was like, yeah, that sounds cool, that sounds catchy, joy is an act of resistance. Particularly as a black woman, I'm like, yeah, it totally is. Like, for me it is. But I think actually it's been taken as something that allows liberals to kind of say, oh yeah, joy is an act of resistance, and they do no work. They do no work. Like, it's not as simple as joy being an act of resistance, when the reality is that joy is a celebration of the work. Joy comes after the work. And that's what we're doing here today, the work. That's what we have been doing for years. But we don't just get to access joy because we think that we are somewhat deserving. No one is entitled to joy. It isn't something that we just fall into. And I, again, will bring it back to the fact that I am a black Muslim woman. I am absolutely certain that joy is not something I get to freely access. Therefore, I don't buy into the rhetoric of joy being an act of resistance, but will actually reframe it as joy being the celebration from the work of resistance. And that's what we're doing here. When I think about the work that we've been doing in terms of combating the systemic issues of racism and bias, but also of the absolute epidemic of birth trauma, this is ongoing and it's lifelong. This requires intention, it requires integrity, it requires not being popular. And in a society that we're in today, it's really hard to not want to be popular. I am unpopular, and I'm very happy to celebrate that. I don't need to be liked to do the work, and doing the work might mean that I'm not liked, and that's okay. The people that we are here to serve require us to do that, to be unpopular, to fight the fight. Within the system that we are working in, the system that people are birthing in, that requires a fight. And in my years of debriefing, I hear people say things like, why do I have to fight at the most vulnerable moment of my life? And I think, why do you not have to fight at the most vulnerable moment of your life? Yes, you are vulnerable, but in that vulnerability, the fight will allow you to access the joy. In actual fact, it goes back to my initial point of our entitlement to joy at what we believe is a joyous moment, but the system that we are birthing in doesn't give a monkeys. So really, the fight is where the work is. The fight is the important bit. The fight is what I will do for the people that I'm wanting to serve, but also that we all should be doing. We can talk over and over again about how we shouldn't have to fight, and it's unfair, and yes, it's true, but it's not changing anything. I want to talk about the fact that actually, once we get past that resistance, the joy that we are able to access is utterly beautiful. However, it doesn't necessarily look as beautiful as we think it should. It doesn't necessarily look glossy. It doesn't necessarily look happy. But it's a deep-rooted joy that sits in your core. It's one that is more sort of like comfortable. It's like that kind of thing that parks itself there, similarly to how trauma is carried, but it's carried with comfort. And this comes when we resist. This comes when we push back against the systems that want us to be compliant. In every sense. I'm talking about from the top all the way down to the bottom. From our senior management to the midwives on the ground, the obstetricians, doctors, nurses, care support, as well as the patients and clients that we have. This is everywhere where we are being encouraged to be compliant. Not being compliant is an act of resistance, and acts of resistance lead to joy. So, if you take nothing away from this today, I want you to think, actually, no, my compliance might make others feel comfortable, and it might make me popular and liked, but my compliance doesn't lead to my joy, and my compliance isn't an act of resistance. So I completely understand that we want today to be about positivity, and absolutely. And there are so many changes that are happening, and so many things that are being done that perhaps many don't see. I'm talking about those small interactions, from the woman who says no or asks why, from the bigger things where we see the rates of trauma going down from what we have been told, but also our understanding in the interactions that we're having with one another that actually there is change. There's a bit more fire in people's bellies, and well, that's sensational. But there's still so much work to do. I think it is so important as we look at the political sphere that we are all moving in, that we understand that black and brown women are still dying, and as bored as everyone is, because this is what happens through repetition and the normalization of hearing something, we don't get to be bored because we don't get to live comfortably. If me as a black woman still has the fear of going into one of these spaces that I or my child might die, you don't get to be comfortable. It's really as simple as that. And I think as long as we recognize that it's okay to be uncomfortable, then we can fight for change. So I want you to think, even when we have to move beyond the sort of statistic talking. It's so jarring to me. As a black woman, the statistics are weaponized against me. The idea is that they make me feel like less. You know you're going to die. You know you're at risk. How does that feel? It's not empowering, is it? If it makes you feel better to say it, that doesn't make me feel better to hear it. And so be considerate. You knowing something, unless you are going to follow it up with saying, I understand the statistics, and here are the action points, just be quiet, because I know the statistics, so I don't need to know that you know them too. So as I sit in this room, and there are people from all walks of life and all ethnicities and races, it is so important that we all come together to support those of us who are at risk, so that we all recognize that we have a role in this. And I am talking about black women and brown women as well, and caregivers from all ethnicities, because in a society like ours, we are all impacted by the biases that are maintained by those who carry them or perpetuate them. Harm against women can be perpetuated by women. Harm against black people can be perpetuated by black people, and so on and so forth. You are not exempt as a black or brown person from hearing the harm that you can cause. If you consider yourself exempt, you are part of the problem. And as a result, you are getting in the way of people's access to joy. And that is not something that I can stand for, and isn't something that you should be standing for either. So I don't know what my time is. Can anyone tell me? Am I good? Oh, 5 more minutes. Okay, that's fine. So I want you to think about this in terms of how you interact with people, what your intention is when you want to give them access to joy, what your intention is when you show up in spaces and you take spaces. If you are occupying a space, let it be with purpose. If you are just taking up room, move out the way. Because there are other people that are willing. There are other people that have knowledge. There are other people who have sound intention that is rooted in acts of resistance to allow joy for all. And I'm going to finish with speaking just about equity. That I don't care where you're from. I don't care who you love. I don't care where you've been. I don't care what you do. I do care about what you eat. But I truly care about everyone being accessed from a position of equity. And this is not this kind of weird allyship that's like, oh, equal. I don't want to be your equal. Okay, right? I don't want to be your equal. What I want is for you to view where I come from, view my starting point, and treat me as such. If we treat people from a position of equity, every single one of us wins. Move past equality, move past this kind of statistic shouting and box ticking, and let's do the work. Let's access joy. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dolly.
So thank you so much for that talk, Illy. So important that we listen to one another, isn't it? Joy being a celebration of the work of resistance, and the fact that that is exactly what we are all doing today. I just thought, finishing on that sort of equity as well, so important that we listen to those words. That we are all start in that position of equity. And hopefully from that, we're going to take this positivity forward. And I'd like to now introduce Laura Rose. So I'm delighted to welcome Laura Rose to the stage. She is, of course, our new CEO at Make Birth Better, and I haven't had the opportunity to meet her personally, so I'm very, very excited. As an introduction, Laura Rose is a married lesbian mother of 4 donor-conceived children. I know what it's like to have 4, Laura Rose. Oh, hard work. She is both a biological and non-biological mother and has the lived experience of operative birth, failed cycles, miscarriage, secondary infertility, and birth trauma. Laura Rose is an LGBT+ maternity and fertility activist, educator, writer, seasoned speaker. The list goes on once again, so I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to the stage, talking about the non-birthing partner experience. So welcome.
It's not daunting at all following you, Ilian. Thank you so much for having me here, and the fact that so many of you are here today just proves not only is there so much work to be done, but that we can collectively do it together, passionately and cohesively, and co-produce that change. For those that don't know me, my name is Laura Rose. My pronouns, for those that use them, are she, her, and I'm all the things that were said. Next slide, please. I want to put it out there. Trigger warning, a lot of you may be people that have been through birth trauma, have had traumatic or difficult experiences. Some of the things I and others are going to speak about are going to be quite difficult, potentially harmful, could cause harm to you today. If at any point anyone does want to get up, take a moment, switch off, have a cuppa, that's fine. I completely understand that. We are going to talk about birth and birth trauma. It's safe to ask questions. There's quite a lot of us here, which again is daunting for everyone. But it's safe, it's a safe space. If anyone has a question, no question is silly. You can ask here, you can ask later, you can ask privately. The questions need to be answered. If you want a private discussion at any point, or if you know someone that needs support in the queer community or any other community that you feel that I can support with, please reach out, I'd love to help. I don't think that, oh, it's working. Really simple question, and Ilian touched on it multiple times. What should birth be? What should birth be to many women and birthing people and their families? It should be empowering. It should be powerful. It should be, to me, I wanted it to be magical. It should be something that you dream of. A lot of people have yearned for years and years to have the opportunity to birth their babies and create the family that they so dream of. It should be something that you have control over. It's your journey. You should be empowered to know that you have the autonomy of choice. But often, as we know, most people have that choice taken away from them, something that we need to work on. And it isn't just about the woman or birthing person. Often there's erasure of the partner experience. They are sidelined. They are the third or fourth party or the wheel. And they are consistently not recognised in the space of trauma and what that looks like for them. A lot of people see me gasbag a lot on social media about the queer experience and the intersectionality of what that looks like across a multitude of spaces and communities. Well, I'm just going to touch a little bit on our experience and that of our community. So we've been together forever and a day. We've been together 18 years. We've been married 15, civil partnered, and then when marriage equality finally came in for us, we changed it to full marriage. And we always wanted to be mothers. When I came out, dealing with the self-loathing, the difficulty and the discrimination of the community itself, and from that of our support networks, I always knew that having a family was at the heart of who I inherently was. I wanted to be a mother. So when we settled down and decided to have that conversation, we were both really passionate about that point, and especially about the pathway that we decided to go down. Again, a pathway right for us, but inherently not right for everyone. Everyone has a personal journey. We are incredibly lucky that we are both biological and non-biological mothers. I have that double-edged coin and that double-edged sword of being able to birth and biologically be related to some of my children, but also be on the other side and see what it's like from the partner's side. We had to use a fertility clinic and we found a US sperm bank, and we went down that route to legally protect not only us, but our future donor-conceived children, and also the donor and our children's other genetic parent. That felt right for us. And over 13 years, we'd had 13 cycles. It doesn't sound very much, but they were a lot of them together. And we didn't have access to NHS funding. Again, you'll hear me harp on a lot about equal and equitable access to funding for everyone. And that is something that we didn't have access to, so we had to self-fund and find the money. So over that time, we had 2 children by IUI and IVF, and are incredibly lucky to be in a position to say that we have had that opportunity. But during that time, we had no peer support, no community. All the gays were having fun. There we were, talking about babies. And it was something that we were so desperate to have. At the time, there was no legal infrastructure. There still mostly isn't. And the healthcare system was intrinsically discriminatory against people like us. We ticked a multitude of boxes, that intersectionality of being queer. I'm of mixed heritage. My children are mixed heritage. Donor conceived. Lesbians, accessing a system not always fit for purpose. Where did we live? We lived in the margins, we had to cross through forms, we had to come out consistently, and a multitude of barriers were implicated through our journey. A lot of these issues, again, we ticked so many boxes, and you wouldn't think that a family would tick that multitude of boxes over such a long period of time. My wife had severe PCOS. The non-birthing experience for me was a traumatic one at first. Dealing with the discrimination of not being the real mum at every turn was difficult. We lost one of our babies, and strangely, secondary infertility was something I never thought I'd be talking about. At the age of 34, my ovarian reserve halved. No reason why, and we still don't know, and it's still going down. Third baby was a traumatic birth. I don't like to use the word violence. It's something that we all talk about, but there was violence, there was poor care, there was discrimination, and my body and psychologically are still recovering 4 years on. And we tried to conceive during a pandemic, which is always fun, when you're desperate to continue growing your family, we're both from big families, and to be told the world has gone into lockdown. It was a very strange situation. Across that time, we had some incredible, incredible gold standard best practice care. We had some of the best midwives, some of the best obstetricians, people who were truly empathising with our experience, our journey, the trauma that we'd been to get to that point. But we also had to deal with systemic discrimination, homophobia, and a real lack of care. There are long-term implications not just for whoever was birthing, but also the partner as well. hence what we're talking about. And at the time, LGBT Mummies was born from that need because we needed a safe space for queer women and people to come together, to share their journeys and support each other and celebrate. Ilian spoke about joy multiple times. We need to celebrate our experiences. Negative or not, we need to celebrate what they are. As a community, there's 3.5% of the population is queer, and we know it's higher because the census was done during COVID. One person filled the form out. If you weren't out, you weren't counted, and multiple people did not fill it out or didn't answer the gender identity question. We know that that will change with the next one. But when you come to it and think about and consider, before we get to the point of starting our trying to conceive journey, what does it look like? 43.8% of LGBTQIA plus people already experience depression before they've started their journey. There are over 22,000 homophobic hate crimes in 23 to 24, and let's be honest, politically right now, that's soaring. When we come to looking at how many families are being created in our community and across the country, 1 in 6 are doing donor insemination or IVF cycles that are female same-sex couples or single patients. Now, let's not forget that that data does not include our trans or non-binary or gender non-conforming siblings. They're not counted, something that we are trying to work towards. There are over 232,000 same-sex couple families in 2018. That's a 52% increase. It's much higher now. And more interestingly about the new generation, 77% of LGBTQ plus millennials are considering becoming parents. That's a statistic that wouldn't have been possible when we started our journey all that time ago, because queer families weren't a thing. You didn't see us. If you did, it was stereotypical rom-coms on the telly. And there's a 1,256% increase in same-sex families from the Office of National Statistics. When it comes to statistics about the queer community and what our partner journeys look like, it's varying, it's disparate. Rebecca's already spoken about it, but this is from the Association of American Colleges. More than half of queer women say that the quality of their pregnancy, birth, and postpartum was impacted by bias and discrimination, compared to 35% of their heterosexual people and counterparts. Now, add in the intersectionality of being black and queer, black, queer, and disabled. Black, queer, disabled from an area of social deprivation. If you tick a multitude of boxes, not only are you dealing with homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, you're dealing with racism, ableism. You're dealing with lots of levels of discrimination, a multitude of barriers. Trying to overcome that and then accessing a system to have that joy that Ilian spoke about, how do you do that and have a positive experience? 83% of queer women had birthing complications compared to 63% of their heterosexual counterparts. That's a new statistic. It's something that actually we're starting to see what that queer experience looks like. We've never had those outcomes before. People are talking about the human and tactile side of that experience and what that pain and trauma looks like, but we don't have those numbers to compare. Queer women also have a higher rate of stillbirth, miscarriages, and premature births. Add in 4 times more. Add in 3.7 times more. Add in those poorer outcomes for those marginalised communities of women and birthing people of colour. It gets even higher. And LGBTQIA plus people are twice as likely to experience medical gaslighting compared to their cis and heterosexual counterparts. Being told that we're being silly, being told to get on with it, being told it isn't that painful, being told it's just language, they're just words, why are you so offended? As many communities are told. But when it comes to partners, they are often the forgotten parents. And let's not forget, dads are the forgotten parents often too. They are sidelined, they are erased, they are almost invisible in the birthing room. We need to make them count and they need to matter. In the queer community, the forgotten parents can be a multitude of people. They're the non-biological or non-gestational carrier, or they're both. They can also be the birthing mother or parent, but they're not the genetic parent, and they feel like a surrogate, and they feel like a spare part. They are the forgotten party. This is something we hear often from non-gestational parents. And they lack emotional support. The support networks don't focus on them. They are sidelined. They struggle with role validation, being the real mother or parent, being good enough, being less than. often happens not only in their own mental health, but by the words people use. Their mental health is often depreciated, and they are ostracised from that journey. And there's a multitude of existing barriers that I spoke of that they have to overcome before even being the non-birthing mother or parent. Have to deal with systemic bias, microaggressions, assumptions, discrimination, again, impacting that journey and what it looks like. And let's not forget genetic loss. If you're a non-birthing mother or parent and you're not genetically related to that child, that constant question of medical history, you're not part of it. Blood, tests, that's not you. They don't look like you. Nature versus nurture, they might be like you, they might sound like you, they might have your personality. But when it comes to it, inherently, they're not part of you. And that intersectionality of other marginalised groups, I can't stress enough when people say, all lesbians are white. They're all white. No, they're not. There's a huge amount of other marginalised communities. There's thousands of black queer women. There's thousands of brown disabled women. There's thousands of queer people that live in the socially deprived areas that can't access NHS funding, that can't access good care, that are impacted too. By God, do we overcompensate? If I could tell anyone, if I could tell the cat next door and its dog that I was the other mum, I would do it. I would do it in the supermarket. I would do it at the shops. I'd do it to the granny that's leaning over the buggy saying, baby's lovely. I would be waving. I am the other mum. They looked at me like I was wild or drunk. Often I did it. And to be honest, I think people felt sorry for me because they clearly realised what was wrong. And they're seen in that heteronormative dad role. How many non-birthing mothers or parents have been told, you can go and make the tea. Oh, are you the dad? It happens so often. That role invalidation consistently. And we're not represented in the system. We're not supported. There's no space for us if you're not medically part of the journey. And there's no data on us. Data is important to understand outcomes, to look at what that looks like, but also, what is that human experience? How does it feel? What does that trauma look like for a non-birthing mother or parent? What does it feel like? These are words that we've brought from our support groups, our non-biological mother and parent support groups and non-birthing parents. Isolating, helpless, useless, erasure, consistently, not part of the experience, spare part, invisible, assumptive, no space for me, a bystander in that journey. Made to feel selfish, stressful, invasive, devoid of compassion for their journey, and biological link for those that have them, but you're not important. How can we make positive moves? How can we support non-birthing mothers and parents to be part of that journey, intrinsically involved in what that looks like? It's really simple. It's not that hard. Sometimes it's just common sense. Verbal, it's the inclusion in language. Language is important. Language is personal. Language is crucial. How are you both? That both can be the difference between a breakdown, being on the precipice of that cliff, and being brought back off that cliff. Are you okay? Signposting, do you know there's safe spaces for people in your position on your journey? I'm sorry to you both for your loss. What can I do to support you? It's open, it's easy, it gives you the space to feel safe and share. This must be really difficult for you too. And what would you prefer to be called? Do I want to be called Mum? Do I have another name? Do I have a chosen name? Have you asked? Really positive steps. Visual, people underestimate eye contact. Of course, if you're neurodivergent, some people struggle with that. But again, ask the questions. But visually look at someone. It's not only that, it's body language, address, turn to people, include everyone in the room. Ensure that they feel present, they feel valid, they feel celebrated too. And that compassion and empathy, my wife said, and we were speaking about this last night in more depth because she's very stoic, very strong, she's like a Trojan, doesn't often share her feelings quite openly. I said, how did you feel with that birth? And she just went really quiet and blank for about a minute, which never happens. She's always got something to say. You can see where our house is about. And she just said, I panicked. I wasn't there. I was angry. I felt sick. I thought our daughter was going to die, and I was frightened that the care was going to get worse because it had already got to that point. I knew I couldn't do anything, and all I could do was look down and see your face, and you were looking at me to be that support. And at that moment, I couldn't be it because I couldn't do it. Compassion and empathy and signposting, making safe spaces for people like that, but also note-taking. I had the best midwife, student midwife, in our last pregnancy. She had highlighters for days. It was like rainbow bright. She'd highlighted all over the book. Apologise for it too. No, write it down. Communication to the next member of staff that's going to support us. I haven't got to tell them I'm gay and my husband's not popped out to get the baby a baby grow. You know, those conversations didn't need to happen. It's not the service user. They're not part of the system. But taking notes on what that journey looks like, what's important, what their names are, is crucial. Why is it important? Birth trauma doesn't just impact the service user physically and psychologically, it impacts a whole family, and that's for a lifetime. That trauma leaves a mark, it leaves a scar, and it often doesn't leave people. There's long-term implications for people's mental health and physical health, and you are a bystander of that physical trauma. It's psychologically impactful, and it negatively impacts the experience. That birth was my last birthing experience. I can never get that back. I can't rewind and have it again and have a joyful one. That was taken from me. It impacts credibility and trust in a system already on the back foot, already not fit for purpose, already discriminating against our journey and experience. It makes it harmful more. And it can be a reminder of prior trauma or abuse. Let's not forget that queer people often are victims of sexual violence, sexual assault, domestic violence, FGM. There's lots of different types of abuse that queer people have been through already before they get to the point of birth trauma. And it can impact bonding and baby's care. We know what that looks like. We know the impact when a parent doesn't bond with their baby, doesn't want to hold them, doesn't want to be part of that experience. And sadly, more and more in our community, we are seeing relationships break down. Baby's been born a month, baby's been born a year. Relationships break down. That trauma lingers on and has an impact. And accessing future care, we're seeing huge amounts of queer community free birthing. It's up to 14% now of people are deciding to free birth. Whilst it's a choice that you can make, why are people choosing that pathway? And it affects employment, home and other relationships. People lose their jobs, people move, and it impacts the decision on extending the family and future children. When we had our final child, and my wife said, "How about baby number 4?" And I nearly fell off my chair. I was like, yeah, but not for me. That had been taken from me. That wasn't a choice that I wanted to have. And it has such an impact on so many, and it stops them carrying on that journey. But we can make a change. It's not all doom and gloom. We can work together. We can support a whole family unit. We can support that bonding and baby's care, and partners or co-parents, can be involved and united in that journey. It means they're better supported, and they can support the birthing mother or parent better because they are part of their support network too. It doesn't then impact on them, and it's that feeling of inclusion, that knowing that you are part of something, you are just as celebrated. And the ability to address trauma directly rather than just being excluded. This isn't okay. Being part of that journey means they're impacted too. Their mental health supported, and it's not another barrier. How nice would it be to get rid of one of those tick boxes that you have to tick? And it supports the economy. Not that we should be worried about that, but of course, if it's supporting the economy, hopefully more money can go back into the system to improve the system for all of us. Supports future family building, let's not forget right now. We've got the lowest birth rate since 1938. We are not replacing our ageing population. Lord knows who's going to look after us when we're in care homes. No one. And it instills trust in a system that is not built for queer families. Something needs to change. We need to listen and learn and ensure that all involved in a journey are supported. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura Rose. Wow. I mean, when we listen to some of those shocking statistics, 22,000 hate crimes between 2023 and 24, it is incredibly shocking that there is still so much discrimination, and how that bias really does impact people's journeys. The underrepresentation of gay couples within our systems, the documentation we know is hetero-biased, those higher rates of stillbirth as well. So much there that we can really do something about. So thank you so much for sharing that story and also sharing how we can support a much brighter future and really inject that sort of positivity into everything that we do. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Julianne Boutaleb to the floor. Julianne is the clinical director and founder of the Parenthood in Mind practice. She is a passionate and highly experienced perinatal psychologist and has worked for over 24 years in the NHS and private practice. And Julianne has worked with parents-to-be and their babies and their bumps, mainly those people who have needed support with a whole variety of mental health issues, including anxiety, depression, during pregnancy and post, miscarriage, reproductive loss, attachment issues, and many other things. So thank you so much for being here today, and I'm going to pass on to you.
So I'm going to own something. I am actually nervous. I was last here in 2019, and I remember delivering a talk then on babies. And I'm going to talk a bit this morning about how things have definitely changed. And yet there's still things that we need to attend to. To sort of echo some of the things that Illy and Laura Rose have said, there are many people in this story that are overlooked, and I think often the baby is often the most overlooked. And I think that's often because it's very difficult to understand and to contemplate the ways in which our babies can be traumatized by the experience that we have found traumatizing, our partners have found traumatizing, and it can be really difficult to think about that when we've come through a really difficult birth. But that is what I'm inviting you to do for the next 20 minutes, and so I really mindfully want you to think about how much you can hear, how much it's going to impact you, if you need to walk away, take yourself outdoors, etc. There's often a sense that when we start to talk about babies, we come to the most tender part of the birth trauma story. So, how are we doing 10 years on? Could we have the next slide, please? Next slide. I would hope we have moved on from at least you have a healthy baby. And yet, I sat with someone yesterday, and that was actually what she was told. She was told maybe not to take things too seriously, that at least she had a healthy baby. And my blood ran cold when I heard that. So there's something about this that, yes, those of us in the room, and I know I'm probably speaking to the converted, there is still a persistent belief that if the baby has come through and is alive, that somehow that is still a good enough outcome for birth. We do recognise, and I think thankfully services have recognised, that there is much more to birth for the baby than just, that sort of an outcome. And what we have seen, thankfully, in the last 4 to 5 years is the introduction of maternal mental health hubs across the country who do offer trauma-informed interventions, both at the point of conception, following pregnancy loss, Also at the point perhaps where a pregnancy starts to become really difficult and somebody is experiencing secondary tocophobia, which is the fear of giving birth after a traumatic birth experience, or indeed primary tocophobia when they've come through a very lengthy, difficult journey in getting pregnant and are experiencing a fear of both being pregnant, giving birth and being parents. So that's really positive. The Start for Life and Family Hubs programme is also a real glimmer in sort of the birth trauma landscape. And the work here is really about centering the baby's voice. It's interesting that the lovely baby's voice is now silent. But I love hearing babies vocalize, that cooing, that, you know. The baby's voice is tantamount to what we are all in this room to do. We know about transgenerational ripple effects of difficult births. Sometimes it's when we have a parent in the room who's talking to us about sleeping difficulties, feeding difficulties, or maybe the fact that their little one can't settle at nursery. When we start to unpack that story for them, we do often, don't we, hear that sort of unspoken about story of how the baby potentially experienced the birth. What's wonderful about the Start for Life programme is that they put the baby's voice at the centre. And if you want to read more about this, again, I can't cover it all in 20 minutes, I would tell you to download this fabulous document, the See Us, Hear Us report. And it's based on the Lundy model, which literally is about making safe, baby-friendly spaces in which babies can vocalise, be heard, where they're perhaps symptoms of distress can be understood, and it's a beautiful document to enhance your practice. The perinatal mental health hubs, which again I'm lucky to consult to many of them across the country and indeed have helped many of them in the setup, has also expanded its offer to include babies more. That should be NNs, not MMs. So nursery nurses are often very important in that early day of helping parents meet their baby again, often where babies have been whisked off after a difficult birth to a NICU, or where there have been breastfeeding difficulties, or again, really sometimes where surviving one's own trauma means that it's very difficult to sit with and allow the baby's sort of vocalizations and presence percolate into our emotions. And so that's a really positive step. Likewise, there are more parent-infant therapists and family therapists who are trained in parent-infant interventions as part of these teams. And also the use of VIG that's been rolled out for training for those within these teams. However, access is still really poor. And unfortunately, there is often a postcode lottery, and it is often, to use Illy's analogy, a case of having to fight for the care that should really be everybody's. The policy frameworks are also changing and moving in the right direction. The Shaping Us framework, which I was involved with as an expert with the Royal Foundation, is also a wonderful glimmer on the landscape of thinking about babies and including babies more within our discussions around birth and birth trauma particularly. And the other brilliant stuff that's happening is the work of Grace Papti and Camilla Rosen, where they've done a community-based research project on an intervention that they've given health visitors called the PBQ, which is the Parent Bonding Questionnaire, which includes questions like, I feel close to my baby, and it's sort of a tick list, always, all the way through to never. I regret having this baby. My baby cries too much. So again, not a perfect tool, but one which in the recent research has shown really positive possibilities for helping parents who are traumatized come through and start mentalizing about the baby's distress. Next slide, please. And yet, we are still thinking about 1 in 3 experiencing traumatic births. And if we take 600,000 births as a rough number, that means potentially that there are at least 200,000 babies. And if we include multiple births, probably more, who are potentially distressed, at least, and maybe even traumatized from the births they have experienced. if we also include the data from NICU stays, we know that 1 in 7 of those babies will also have had potentially lengthy stays in NICU. And when I started out as a perinatal psychologist in 2001, we were still debating whether or not babies felt pain. And again, I think there's this societal bias often about not being able to think or feel or mentalize about the babies in the way that we need to sometimes. That means that we're not able to think and prod our patients gently to think about what's happened for the baby. There are no solid data on birth injuries, but my colleagues from Irwin Mitchell will obviously tell you a lot about the sorts of cases they see. And what we know from the Massick Foundation, who I've worked with over the years, they did some fabulous research a few years ago looking at women who'd sustained considerable birth injuries, often 3rd and 4th degree perinatal tears, or indeed those who've had life-changing injuries and needed a stoma bag fitted. And very sadly, 85% of those interviewed spoke about having real relationship difficulties with their baby. 1 in 4, in fact, talked about actually regretting having had the baby. And of course, these feelings, if they're not held and they're not contained by others, can percolate into that relationship with the baby. We're still talking about babies in very reductive ways. Are they a good sleeper? Are they a good baby? You know, I hear these conversations often when I go around the corner for a coffee, and it takes all my willpower not to go, excuse me, there's no such thing as a good baby, there's just a baby. You know, we've become, and I see this through the Insta feeds often, almost obsessive, I think, about feeding and sleeping and those markers of what a good parent is able to do for a good baby. And I think, again, that's perhaps a societal need to cope with the overwhelm that many of the babies that we're seeing now are often distressed by their birth. But rather than being able to sit with that and think about that and hold that, we need something more tangible to fix. And so I want to just have you hold that in your mind when you're talking about babies to your patients. The birth trauma inquiry was a huge milestone in our fight towards getting these issues on the political agenda. And yet, I felt the baby's voice was missing. Next slide, please. This is from Louise Thompson, who I'd never heard of. I'm not a Made in Chelsea fan. I'm more a Towie fan. I do live in Chingford, you know, so. But she really has been a remarkable voice recently. It was the first time probably in my whole career we'd heard celebrities talk about their traumatizing births. You know, Paloma Faith, Beyonce talked about her twin birth, etc., and preeclampsia. But actually, I was sitting listening to Women's Hour, and I heard this voice, and I got goosebumps. I'm just getting them again as I'm speaking. And she talked, for me, one of the first times I'd ever heard a mother talk about how it was with her baby after her traumatic birth. I was in such a state of survival, in this sort of hypervigilant mode. I didn't even know he was there, couldn't engage with him, I couldn't look at him. He was associated, unfortunately, with everything that had happened. And I found his crying incredibly triggering. I really couldn't be left alone with him. Oof, that's hard to hear. I imagine that might even be harder to say. But that is often what we hear when we hear parents talking to us about what they've gone through with their babies. The baby, unfortunately, does become a trigger of sorts, and a trigger that you cannot get away from. If you've had a difficult car accident, you can step away from the car, you can take the tube, but actually you're then with this baby that everybody is telling you. It should be the source of great joy and elation, and again, back to what Illy was talking about with joy. Do we actually facilitate conversations where people say, ain't feeling it right now? Can I talk to you about the dark feelings I'm feeling towards my baby? Can I talk to you about the fact that I wish I didn't have to hold this baby because I'm not even holding myself at the moment? Can I talk to you about the fact that, as she spoke about, I'm only managing probably a few minutes alone with my baby? I'm terrified of being left alone with him at the moment. Can you hear that without pathologizing me? Can you hear that and say to me, don't worry, it'll be fine. Why don't you put them in a baby sling? Can we listen when people are telling us things that are not joyous about the parent-infant relationship in the beginning. And for me, that means that we have to expand our window of tolerance to what we're hearing and listening to and processing. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to poke back into your own history of a traumatic birth, but it does mean that you have to widen your vocabulary about the parent-infant relationship and what babies can bring up for parents. Next slide, please. So what is traumatic about birth for a baby? And this is the bit that I would please ask, to take care of yourself, okay? All the way through from pre-birth pregnancy, there can be the sense and experience of not being held well, of having a very medicalized experience through pregnancy, whether that's due to, preeclampsia, hyperemesis, whatever has happened to the parent or the mother is also happening to the baby in pregnancy. They're feeling it, they're experiencing it. And this is a sort of a mode of inquiry and research that is starting to open up now in terms of prenatal psychology, and even in the other sector I'm very heavily involved with in terms of fertility. We're now starting to think about and talk about what IVF might do in a cellular sense, or what vitrification of embryos might mean, what it might mean if you've been in storage, etc. So again, I'm saying these things and I want you to take care of yourself. I know they can be provocative. There can be loss experience, perhaps the loss of a twin or a triplet in utero. And then following birth, there can be separation from the caregiver. There can be the impact on the caregiver of the birth, which means that they aren't able to attend and hold and absorb your distress. In fact, you both become dysregulating for each other. And that can be hugely difficult for both the baby and the mother. We know about the impact of, prolonged induction for the baby and the ways in which that can get into the nascent nervous system. We also know the impacts of long labours as well. We also know about the impacts when, often in a traumatic birth, there is a cascade of interventions where we have a ventouse or a forceps delivery. So all of these things can lead to and impact the baby and the very, very emergent nervous system in ways that are traumatizing. Next slide, please. So how do we make birth and beyond better for babies? I mean, first of all, the obvious, and again, I don't know why, we can't think of it, and that's the beauty of the Make Birth Better model. The baby is at the center, and of course, whatever happens in the other layers of that onion happens to the baby. So it is thinking about who this parent is, where they've come from, what weathering they've had to, what storms they've had to manage before they've come into the birthing room, whether racism, whether, homophobia, whatever it is, whatever they have experienced, the baby has experienced too. And of course, we know, and through the work of Susan Ayres, we know more about the impact of birth trauma on the partner, on the person. We've got the wonderful addendums to the City Birth Trauma Scale. My wish, Susan, wherever you are, is I would love to have some questions on there about the baby. I might well dream. Also, what happens to those marginalised babies? Because if their parents are marginalised, and if their parents have had to fight their way to get good enough births, how do their babies do? We know the stats. Higher levels of preeclampsia, higher levels of miscarriage, higher levels of stillbirth, etc., etc. How is that going to impact their holding, their staying pregnant and being pregnant with those babies? We need to keep the baby in mind, even if uncomfortable. We need to keep all babies in mind. To edit, James Baldwin's idea, they are all our babies. If we want a society where babies can grow and develop and be less, on an equitable basis with all babies, then we all need to fight for these. These are all our babies. We need to work with the wider system. We need to work with parents. What's your journey so far? What's brought you here? What's been traumatizing? what can I do? What can I do practically? What can I do therapeutically? And then there are specific resources. So I think it's about 7 years old, is it? I wrote a little thing called My Baby is Affected by Birth Trauma, How Can I Cope? Have a look on the Make Birth Better website. It's a start, but I would really welcome your input. We need to bring it up to date, I think. And I think we need to rework the reproductive story. These babies are carried in mind. We gestate our babies. We are pregnant with our babies long before we're materially and physically pregnant with them. Can we hold tenderly the need for us to protect those babies and the need for us to be protected? And that's what I would like to see in the system. So I'm going to finish with a quote from a beautiful book by an Irish, very young Irish writer called Alice Kinsella. It's from a book called Milk, and she was traumatized by both her pregnancy and birth. Forgive me, I have to put my glasses on to read it. In these days of new life, I read about death. But birth is not the opposite of death. Birth and death move very close together. They are often parallel lines just about to diverge. They tie the mind to the body with more finality than we ever really process in the day-to-day. Something so real, so close to not existing at all. A baby really is closest to the elderly, the dying. Where they are going, the baby has just been. So my clarion call is that we hold with tenderness the most vulnerable in our society, but the elderly, the dying, but also those who are coming into life. And once we're able to hold all of these babies as our babies, I hope that in 10 years' time when we return, we'll be talking differently about babies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that talk, Julianne. It is clear that over the last 10 years, there has been more policy and frameworks put in place to really ensure that we start to think about the impact on babies and children after traumatic events. And it appears that there is an awful lot of really good work going on out there. But still, people are fighting for that better care. And again, a sort of reflection on Illy's talk today, that, when we fight for it, we can get that joy as well. We are deserving of it. Really interesting to hear about the parent bonding questionnaire. I can hear that it's not exactly perfect, but it is a start. So thank you again for being here. We are now going to go into our panel, and I'm going to join everyone sat here. So welcome back to Laura Rose, Illy, Julianne. Really nice to have you here. I think we've got room.
You've got mics, okay. I think this is still on.
Can you hear me? Testing, testing. So again, thank you so much for coming back to the stage. We hope that you have accessed Slido, and I can see that we have a few questions here. I am actually going to start by a question for Julianne, if I may. This is a question that says, how can I hold the knowledge that my birth trauma has impacted my baby? It really hurts to know and consider that.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. I know it does. And I would say you have to hold it gently. You have to hold it along with the other parts of the truth, which is that you have your baby in your arms, and this is the start of your relationship. This is not where it ends. Sometimes beginnings are difficult, and that sort of alludes to a paper that Dr. Emma Svanberg wrote and I contributed to. These are often difficult beginnings, but they are not the ending. They are not the main destination. Sometimes we fall in love with people and the beginning is easy. It's the dreamt for birth. It's the dreamt for postpartum. But there is something about being able to rewrite the story in the ways that I'm sure you are also been very courageous. I'm also sure within all that is triggering and difficult between you and your baby right now, there will also be little glimmers. I'm sure there are others around you who are able to hold the more hopeful, emerging story for you. And I would say surround yourself with those people. It is really important that we don't sit in problem-saturated stories all the time. It is important to hold the glimmers and the little emergent shoots of things being different, because this is a relationship for life. And just because it begins in a way that perhaps isn't what you hoped for, it doesn't mean that that is the ending. So I would say if you can get yourself some parent-infant psychotherapy, if you can speak to a psychologist, and if you can bring some people in around you, again, the community bit, this is not for you and your baby on your own to deal with. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a specific question for you, Laura Rose. This question is, what was said to you that was particularly positive or gold standard, shall we say? Everybody would love to learn and be better.
I think, again, is this working? Yeah, there. I think, again, it's just taking it really back to basics and common sense, which we should all have, but in those situations we never do. Just asking really simple, open questions. And one midwife in our second journey, and it was a relatively positive experience, she turned around and she was quite fearful. I think it was the first time I'd looked at a midwife and just seen absolute dread and fear. You could tell that she was sweating, she was fumbling over her words, and she was so frightened. And to sit there in that moment and just take a pause and go, who is she? Is she frightened of me? And that's a horrible feeling to sit in and go, that person is fearful of me as an individual. But taking it back to why is she fearful? She's fearful because the training and the tools and the support and the empowerment that she as a medical professional have not been bestowed to her. She has not been given that support to understand me, my sexuality, my identity, my journey. So that's why she's fearful. It's not me. And at that point, she was fumbling through and she went, I'm really sorry. I don't know anything about people like you, and I've actually never met someone like you. If I get it wrong, I really apologise. And I just laughed, and I think she just thought I was a bit strange. And I just said, no, that's absolutely fine. We'll get through it together. And since then, we had 3 more babies that she supported us with, and we have a friendship now. But that midwife, professional and service user relationship should be powerful, should be special. So the fact that she had not said it right, she hadn't got it well versed, but she just fumbled and said, if I muck up, I'm really sorry. The intent was there, and she really, truly meant it. She was coming from a good place. And so that was okay for me. That was enough for me, because I knew in my head, it's not her fault. She's been let down by a system, not fit for purpose for me, but actually it's not fit for her. So I think just that simple, I might get it wrong, but actually, how can I help you? What do I need to know about your journey? Just those open spaces to safely share, because again, not everyone wants to share. Some people have trauma and triggers that they will never share with you, but if they feel safe enough, they may do, and that can impact the care. So really simple, open questions, and that worked.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Laura Rose. I think we can listen and really learn from those sort of explanations of just being transparent, being honest. It really does make a difference, doesn't it? I'm now going to, let's just turn to you, Illy, and I'm going to give you this question. Why do we think there aren't enough men involved in these events? I think I've noticed 1 or 2 guys. Give us a wave. Yay! And how can we address this?
Don't you know that men are busy? They're working, providing, saving the planet. You know, this is the rhetoric, isn't it? They're just busy. You know, it's not even a truth. But also, I do want to kind of turn that question around a little bit, and I ask, are they welcoming safe spaces for men? Because there is a sense that when women are together, and as we view a man's experience, it can be belittled and undermined. And some might even say, well, what are you even doing here? So actually, yeah, we can ask why aren't men here, and we can look at the fact that maybe they don't view it as their position, something that they're even interested in, something that they experience. But also we have to look at how sometimes spaces and conversations around birth, particularly traumatic birth, can be extremely hostile environments for men. So that's something that we can do. Now, men's problems do not need to become ours, because it's not something else that we need to fix, so we're fixing enough. But I do think that it is important that actually we recognize that men often don't want to partake in the conversation. One, yes, they might not feel invited. But two, it's not really, it's kind of icky. It's emotional, it's a bit like, oh, it's women, and it's harder. And so I think they're not here, many because they don't want to be. Many because post-experiences, they aren't brought into conversations. And I see it in my own work where women tentatively ask, can my husband come to the debrief? And I'm like, yes, but only if he wants to. So really, it's about having those conversations even before babies are born, bringing them into these conversations, but also having a check on ourselves as women, the spaces that we hold and how much we need to normalize an emotional response in a man without emasculating him.
Thanks, Ivy. Would anyone like to add?
Yes, I would like to add. I sat yesterday with a very traumatized couple, and that gorgeous man held that baby, oh my God, and he held his wife. And when I was leaving, I gave him a hug and I said, how are you doing? He said, I'm really tired. I said, okay, next time we're going to have a talk. I feel that there is a bias often. The village is often the couple. If you're not lucky enough to go through this as a couple, that's all you have, often. It's just the partner. We don't have extended families, many of us, anymore. And to leave the man, the non-birthing partner, whoever out, I think we're missing a trick. Even to the point when my patient was potentially being discussed for a mother and baby unit, where actually the best thing to do was probably to have had the baby be held with the partner. We had to really argue for him to go in with her. So I think we are often operating in silos as health professionals. And that's the beauty of what we're talking about this morning, is how do we include everybody? You know, how do we, if we're talking about regulating the mother, the birthing person, perhaps the best person to regulate her is her mum or her partner. Or, you know, so I think we need to come outside these silos and include more. That would be my response to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a few more questions. We've only got a couple more minutes. I mean, this is quite an open one, but what research on birth trauma do we think is specifically lacking? And that just goes to anybody on the floor.
I think if you take it back to any marginalised community, yes, we have the Embrace report, but I just generally think there's not enough work around the human, the feel, the experience of black and brown women and people. I don't think there's enough consideration for the intersect of them, again, ticking multitude of boxes, and what that experience looks like when you have to deal with those multiple levels of barriers and racism and ableism and discrimination in the queer community. People don't often think of, okay, it's like that for that group of people, but what is it like if you span across a multitude of those boxes? There's not enough data or information on what that looks like. And yes, like Illy said, statistics, you can see them all day long, but what is the human impact of that? How does it feel? What does that look like long term? And I think that's what we're missing. We're missing taking it back to basics. What birth should be and what it really isn't right now, and what does that impact look like?
Lovely, thank you. Would anyone like to add anything?
I'm just going to add that actually what we do a lot is we go to these communities and we ask them to expose their stories, and we look at them like they're little apes at a zoo.
Yeah.
And then we go, thanks, like that, we'll write it down. And it might get on the back page of our bit of research. And it's like, well, how can we actually move into these spaces with empathy and compassion without needing to expose a lived experience that is then not even held? Expose your trauma and then see you later. So then what do we do with people? So actually, it's really nice to be like, we're including them, we're ticking that box, but what are you doing for them? And then what are you doing as a result of having the data? Because interestingly, to me, it seems like the statistics aren't really changing. So you have thousands of black women that have sat and cried and divulged their innermost personal experiences, which in and of itself is difficult for anyone, but comes with more layers when you are black. And I speak of that personally. To then say, okay, thank you very much. Well, what are we doing? So this isn't like we need to move from trauma porn for research and say, actually, we want to create something better. We want to work with the research that we have been provided without it leaving people wide open.
Thank you.
If I can just add. 1 minute.
What, we have 1 minute. Julianne, would you like
Could I
to
hold
just
an Irish
add?
woman, a gobby Irish woman to a minute? No, I'll try. Baby, more baby research, baby-based research, resources, spiritual, community, societal. What got you through? What helped? What was the difference? The question that you answered earlier, what was the gold standard? And finally, the journey before, the fertility journey. Let's include that and see what the impact of that is on birth as well.
Thank you all so much for answering all those questions. Keep your questions coming in. Do use Slido. If you're having any trouble using it, come and find one of us and we can help you, but keep those questions coming. So we're going to have a refreshment break. Got about 10 minutes, so we shall see you all after that. please make your way back to your seats. We are going to be starting in about 2 more minutes. It's got a timer there. Yeah. So we're starting at. You should be starting then.
Yeah.
Might be 1 minute away from that.
Yeah, don't worry.
But we're back on.
I'll miss
on
out things
check.
if I can see that.
Please kindly take your seats now. We're going to be starting in just 1 or 2 more minutes. Okay, please take your seats, and I'd like to welcome you back to the second part of our Birth Trauma Summit. So come along, sit down, and get comfortable for our next few speakers. Before I introduce our next speaker, we just want to remind you that we have workshops for those of you who are at this conference here today. Those who are online will be invited to the main stage where we have 2 speakers. Everybody here is welcome as well if you haven't selected a workshop. But there is a list with your names and your selected workshops right at the back behind all the sound systems. So you can just have a little look at that during our next break at lunchtime, just checking where you are. The 2 rooms are actually through this door at the back of the room, not towards the lobby, but to the side, so you should find them quite easily. So we'd also like to ask you to scan this QR code, and we're going to produce and co-produce a word cloud with you, with your words of hopefulness. So this is very much a theme of our Birth Trauma Summit, is, hope needs to be part of all of our journeys. So please scan this code. Any words that come up for you as we go through the day, please add it into that word cloud, and then at the end we will be sharing that with you. So thank you all for coming back on time. We've managed to catch up a little bit on time. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Despina Cavadas. Despina comes to us from Lee Day, is a partner there specialising in medical negligence. She is passionate about women's rights in healthcare and patient safety, and that is especially around pregnancy and birth. So I'd like to welcome Despina.
And hello to everyone in Conway Hall. Can you hear me okay? Yes, you can. And online. As Trudy said, I'm Despina Cavadas. I'm a partner specialising in medical negligence at Lee Day. Lee Day is very proud to be a legal partner for Make Birth Better and a sponsor of this important event, and I'm thrilled to be here and honoured to be part of this conversation. I've been asked to go back to basics on the law around medical negligence and consent. Before I deal with the issue of consent, though, I'd like to share 2 facts about me which I think are relevant and hopefully reassure you that I have the experience to talk about this subject matter. And perhaps I should not talk so fast. Sorry. I've been a medical negligence solicitor at Lee Day for over 22 years. I joined Lee Day in 2000 as a trainee solicitor, qualifying in 2002. And since then, I have had the privilege of helping people who have been injured through negligent medical treatment to obtain the redress they are entitled to. As a claimant-only law firm dedicated to patient safety for over 30 years, we've supported families in securing answers, seeking justice, and bringing compensation claims because of negligent medical treatment. I have also been a mother for over 16 years. I have 2 children, now both in their teens. How time flies. I feel very old. I had different maternity journeys, delivery experiences, and consenting processes in each of my pregnancies. And it is not surprising. I don't think there is any such thing as a textbook pregnancy or delivery. If that is right, then surely having sufficient and accurate knowledge about the journey a mother is about to embark on is crucial, not only to manage expectations, but also to allow that mother to be an active participant in that process with a voice that is heard. So let's go back to basics on the law around medical negligence and consent, specifically informed consent. As my starting point, I looked up the definition of informed consent in the concise Oxford English Dictionary, which says that informed consent is permission granted in the knowledge of the possible consequences. In the law books, when it comes to consent, there is a pre- and post-2015 position. As many of you will already be aware, 2015 is a key year because that was when the landmark case of Montgomery was decided. Now, I haven't been doing these, sorry. So, before we look at these time periods, though, I should clarify that in order to succeed in bringing a medical negligence claim, you have to prove that as a patient, you were owed a duty of care, that there was a breach of that duty of care, called breach of duty, and that the breach caused an injury and loss, and that's causation, the extent of which you have to prove. Only if you succeed in proving both breach of duty and causation can you recover compensation. So let's look at the position before 2015. So the 1957 case of Bolam laid down the Bolam test for the standard of care to be exercised by medical professionals. The Bolam test stated that a medical professional will not be in breach of their duty of care if they acted in a manner which was in accordance with practices accepted as proper by a responsible body of other medical professionals with expertise in that particular area. So, on the issue of consent, it followed that a doctor who failed to consent a patient properly and warned them of the risks would not be negligent if other doctors in the same field would have consented in the same way and explained the same risks. In essence, pre-2015, consent was judged by the standards of the medical profession, not by the expectations of the patient. It was a doctor knows best approach. This approach still exists today, and I recently witnessed this attitude not from a doctor, but from a patient, specifically my mother. They had identified on a scan that she had an abnormality on her adrenal gland, and she saw the surgeon to discuss whether or not this should be surgically removed. The surgeon discussed her options, which were do nothing and monitor or operate, and explained the risks. My mum asked the doctor to decide what she should do. Of course, I was there with her and I waded in and told her, no, you can't let him decide. You have to consider all the information provided, raise further queries if necessary, and ultimately you decide whether you want to go down the surgical route or not. I'm sharing this anecdote because it illustrates the doctor knows best attitude of a patient rather than a doctor. And whilst my mum is from an older generation, I think this social attitude still persists today, which is why it is all the more important for the medical professional to ensure that patients are part of the conversation when it comes to decisions about their treatment. So, 50 years after the Bolam case, we have the landmark decision of Montgomery. So, the brief facts of the case are, Ms. Montgomery was a pregnant diabetic woman, small stature, carrying a large baby. She raised concerns throughout the antenatal period about the size of her baby and potential complications of a vaginal delivery. There was no discussion of the risks to the baby or to her if she proceeded with a vaginal delivery, and there was no discussion about the benefits and risks of delivering the baby by cesarean section. During the birth, her baby got stuck and was born with severe cerebral palsy and an injury to his brachial plexus, and Ms. Montgomery also suffered serious perineal and pelvic trauma. The obstetrician had not informed Ms. Montgomery that there was a 9 to 10% risk of shoulder dystocia. That's where the baby got stuck. I'm sure everybody knows in this room what that means, during childbirth, or the 0.1% chance of her baby having cerebral palsy. She was also not told about the risk of perineal trauma. She brought a clinical negligence case against the health board, and the Supreme Court found that if she had been informed of the risks, she would have chosen to deliver her baby by cesarean section and therefore avoided the injury to the baby and herself. She was awarded compensation. The findings of the Supreme Court are this. They held that a doctor is under duty to make sure that a patient is aware of, 1, all material risks involved in a proposed treatment, and 2, reasonable alternatives. They define a material risk as one to which a reasonable patient would attach significance, or the doctor is or should be aware that this patient attached significance to it. On the issue of reasonable alternatives, there has to be a two-way dialogue. The patient should be made aware of the benefits and risks of the proposed treatment and any reasonable alternatives so that they can make an informed decision. And crucially, and I've put the quote up there, the doctor's duty is not therefore fulfilled by bombarding the patient with technical information which she cannot reasonably be expected to grasp, let alone by routinely demanding her signature on a consent form. So the information has to be provided in a comprehensible way. There are, of course, exceptions to the informed consent rule in Montgomery. The first is necessity, where a patient requires urgent treatment but is unconscious or unable to make a decision. The second is therapeutic privilege, which is where disclosure of risks would be seriously detrimental to the patient's health. However, the court made it very clear that the circumstances in which this second exception would apply are very rare and that this should not be abused. I wanted to mention two other legal cases since Montgomery, and there they are. In CNZ, it related to events in 1996, was decided in January 2023. involved consideration of whether Montgomery applies to such historic circumstances. The claimant, a second twin, was born in 1996 and had profound disabilities as a result of about 16 minutes acute profound hypoxia. The judgment is an important one for the issue of informed consent because in giving judgment for the claimant, the judge said that Montgomery applied in 1996 and that it applied to both antenatal consultations and decisions made intrapartum in the delivery room or the operating theatre. Further, the judge said that an elective caesarean section was a reasonable alternative treatment for twins in 1996, even where this was not standard management. The second case of McCulloch involved a clinical negligence claim related to the death of Mr. McCulloch following treatment for severe chest pains. The Supreme Court's ruling clarified aspects of the Montgomery case regarding informed consent to medical treatment, particularly when discussing alternative treatments with patients. The full effect of this decision is such that a doctor will not be liable for failing to discuss a possible treatment option where there is a body of medical opinion that does not consider that treatment to be a reasonable alternative, even if there is a body of medical opinion that holds a polar opposite view, i.e., that the possible alternative treatment is a reasonable form of treatment. The fundamental distinction is between a decision about what treatments are medically appropriate, which is one of professional judgment to which Bolam applies, so that's the pre-2015 position, versus a decision about the significance to attach to risks of various procedures or treatments to which Montgomery applies. The case also highlighted the importance of the patient's role in the consenting process. While the doctor has a duty to inform, patients can also request more information and clarification. I think that the importance of Montgomery cannot be overestimated. I think a transformed patient choice, empowering patients to make decisions about how they wish to be treated based on full disclosure and information sharing of the risks, the benefits and the alternatives of any procedure or treatment. It emphasizes the importance of transparency, respect for patient autonomy, parity of mother and baby, and the importance of managing expectations. It makes it abundantly clear that informed consent is a fundamental right of patients. Gone are the days where decisions are made unilaterally without input from the patient. The GMC's 7 principles of decision-making consent makes this very clear. And I'll just tell you the first 3 because I don't know whether I've got enough time to say all 7. But the first one is all patients have the right to be involved in decisions about their treatment and care and be supported to make informed decisions if they are able. The second, decision-making is an ongoing process focused on meaningful dialogue, the exchange of relevant information specific to the individual patient. And the third, all patients have the right to be listened to and to be given the information they need to make a decision and the time and support they need to understand it. And there are 4 more, but I'm not sure I've got enough time to go through them all. So what is the impact? What impact has Montgomery had? I looked at this through my lens as a lawyer and reviewed my caseload to identify whether informed consent or lack of it is an issue in any of my cases. I identified at least 3 cases, which I'm going to take you through. They're all maternity cases, and the mothers all happen to be Asian. I have anonymized and provided only very brief details to protect client confidentiality. The first case is Ms. A. It was her first pregnancy. It was an IVF conception. She had a mature age, she had a small frame, low BMI, small stature. In the antenatal period, she raised concerns about having a vaginal delivery because of her risk factors. She was told that there were plenty of Asian women in her homeland who were smaller than her who have had a successful delivery. There was no discussion whatsoever about the options of mode of delivery and the risks and benefits of each. In labour, when she was told that she will be taken to theatre for an instrumental delivery, she asked for a caesarean section. This was denied, and she was told that other options had to be tried before having a caesarean section. There was no discussion of the risks and benefits. She had a forceps delivery with episiotomy. She has suffered physical and psychiatric injuries, which impact every aspect of her life. The delivery was in 2019. That's 4 years after Montgomery. The second case is Ms. B, Again, it was her first pregnancy. She wanted to have a cesarean section because she was told by her doctors back home that she should deliver her babies in that way. The doctors here discouraged this and advised her to proceed to a vaginal delivery. She was not given the risks and benefits of a vaginal delivery or of inducing labour. She was only given the risks of a cesarean section and none of the benefits. She also had a forceps delivery with a episiotomy. She also suffered physical and psychiatric injuries which affect all areas of her life. The delivery was in 2021. That's 2 years after Ms. A's delivery, 6 years after Montgomery. Finally, we've got the case of Ms. C. In the antenatal period, there was no discussion about mode of delivery. In labour, she was asked to sign a consent form for an instrumental delivery, but there was no discussion about the risks and benefits of an instrumental delivery with or without an episiotomy. Ms. C had a forceps delivery without an episiotomy and without manual perineal protection. She has suffered life-changing physical and psychiatric injuries. That delivery was only last year, and that's 3 years after Ms. B's delivery, 9 years after Montgomery. So, the issue of informed consent, or rather lack thereof, is still very much a live issue. However, what is reassuring and positive is that there are organisations like Make Birth Better who raise awareness of the issues surrounding trauma in the maternity setting, and over the last few years there has been a lot of focus on maternity care and patient safety. Raising awareness and educating patients and healthcare providers is key. Having transparent and frank discussions at all stages of the pregnancy journey can only benefit all involved. Can I just finish off? Sorry, I'm out of time, I think. Sorry. I want to just finish by saying I've got a friend who's a midwife who obviously delivers babies, also cares for the mother and baby postnatally. I watched a video post of hers in which she was meeting a mother and a baby who she had looked after. The baby came very early, which was a shock to the mother, who felt really vulnerable as a result. So my midwife friend, they're talking about this on this video post. My midwife friend went in, held her hand, told her everything was going to be okay. She was going to hold her. And in the video, the mother described it as follows. So then, you hold me, and I can hold my baby. I thought that was really poignant because it goes to the point about parity of the mother and baby. And I feel passionately that if the mother is not well, physically or psychologically, and does not get the support she needs through the entire journey, from the beginning up to delivery and beyond, then that will negatively impact everyone around her with far-reaching consequences. And I don't think that any of us want that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Despina. I think you just bring a very different lens to birth trauma and really share your experience in this space. Really interesting to see that sort of position, you know, pre-2015 and that Bolam case, and then that post-Montgomery case and how things have changed. And the absolute importance of informed consent. It absolutely ran through all of the submissions that I personally read for the birth trauma inquiry last year. So important that we have those transparent and frank discussions. I was going to add something else, but I'm going to close it at that. So thank you once again. I would now like to welcome Professor Susan Ayres to the floor. Susan is a psychologist and specialises in perinatal mental health. She joined City St George's in 2012 and is based in the Centre for Maternal and Child Health Research. Susan is a chartered health psychologist and cognitive behaviour therapist, and her research examines women's mental health during pregnancy and after birth, with a particular focus on anxiety and PTSD. So welcome, Susan.
Thank you, Trudy, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. I'd just like to say how delighted I am to be here and be part of such an inspiring day and following so many inspiring speakers as well. So I am a researcher, and I've been doing research into birth trauma and postpartum PTSD for over 30 years now. So it's kind of appropriate that I'm here to talk when the theme of this conference is about going back to basics and celebrating all the changes that have happened over the last 10 years. I can talk about a lot longer than that. And the two things I'm going to talk about for the next 20 minutes are prevalence of birth trauma and how we measure or screen for it. And these might seem quite dry topics, and yes, I do have a lot of statistics, but actually they're fundamental. They answer the questions, how many women are affected? Which is one of the first questions you need to answer in order to persuade policymakers, healthcare services that we need to change. And then the second question around measurement and screening is also fundamental. So I heard a kind of saying when talking about measurement in psychology, that if you have rubbish in, you have rubbish out. So if your measures aren't good, then what you're measuring is also not going to be valid or robust. So how we screen and assess for birth trauma and postpartum PTSD is another fundamental question, even though it might seem a bit boring. So that's what I'm going to talk about over the next 20 minutes. So just a kind of introduction. I'm sure you know this, that the events of pregnancy and birth can be stressful. They can exacerbate existing mental health problems, or they can trigger new mental health problems. And complications can arise during pregnancy, birth, and postpartum. And those figures there are for maternal mortality, infant mortality, and near-miss mortality worldwide. Now, they're very approximate because how that's measured in different countries obviously varies, how it's defined. Near-miss mortality, for example, is defined in very different ways. But it's a reminder that in the world, women and infants are still dying in birth, and women are also suffering severe morbidity. And complications during traumatic birth can cause childbirth-related PTSD, which is what we're talking about today, but they can cause other mental health problems as well, and I think we need to be mindful of that. In terms of the prevalence of traumatic birth and postpartum PTSD, the range often cited for traumatic births is very wide. The research varies a lot because it's been defined and measured in different ways. So is it that a woman says her birth is traumatic? Is it that she fulfills the diagnostic criteria for a traumatic event? These are quite different. So the often quoted range is that 20 to 30% of women experience their birth as traumatic. And a meta-analysis that was published last year came within that at 20%, so on the slightly lower side. Some of those women will develop PTSD as a result. And again, we've got lots of meta-analyses of the evidence that's been collected that suggests the prevalence of childbirth-related PTSD is between 3 and 5%. So why do we need to talk about this still? If we have a number of meta-analyses, at least 3 or 4 now. And that's because most of the research that's been conducted so far, and it is changing, but still the bulk of research that we have has been conducted in Western countries. And I should say that I'm focusing here, the prevalence focuses on diagnostic post-traumatic stress disorder, but we need to acknowledge that there'll be a lot of women who have symptoms that don't fulfill diagnostic criteria, but for whom these symptoms are still very distressing and disabling, so they may also require help. So as I was saying, most of the research that's been conducting on prevalence has been in Western countries. So I'm going to talk now about a very exciting study that is ongoing, that we've been conducting over the last 4 years, called INTERSECT, which stands for International Survey of Childbirth-Related Trauma. It's been conducted in 31 countries so far, and in each country, exactly the same measures and research approach methods was used. So we have a standardized study conducted across multiple countries, so we can compare across countries. Obviously, each country obtained their ethical approval, and we have created a consortium of researchers worldwide who are interested, passionate about this area of research and providing the evidence that we need to drive change to policy and to healthcare services and practice. The current, maybe I should move on here. So the whole purpose of INTERSECT is to create this international data set that we can use to really understand not just prevalence, but a whole lot of other things about traumatic birth and PTSD worldwide. So the current data set was released in 2024. That has data from 31 countries, over 11,000 women. And that's available via the UK data service. So any researcher, policymaker can apply through the UK data service to access those data, to analyse them, to answer questions that they may have, and it's international. We are currently in the process of collecting more data in more countries. So we have between 60 and 70 countries now, including those first 31. And we've also received funding to do a partnership work with countries in Africa who have limited resources. So it's been harder, obviously, to run INTERSECT in low and middle income countries. The aims of INTERSECT were to look at the prevalence of birth trauma and PTSD, look at different symptom presentations and determine risk factors. But as I've said, there's a lot more in this, so there's a lot we can do. There's special interest groups as well that address a lot of the things that have already been said today about things like fathers and the mother-baby relationship, the impact on the mother-baby relationship, also things like the influence of the way in which maternity care systems are structured on birth trauma and PTSD, and also access to treatment. So there's a lot there. These are just examples. This is the data set, information about the data set, and if you're interested, that QR code will take you to the UK data service where the data set is registered. These are the countries that are included in that first data set. And as you can see, most of them are high-income countries. The orange, blue, and green are the low, middle, and upper middle income countries. So the samples obviously varied a lot across the different countries. And these are basic obstetric information about the type of birth that the whole sample had and the self-reported major complications experienced by women and by infants. The prevalence varied hugely, so it doesn't make sense to report a kind of mean prevalence worldwide because the countries were so different. And as you can see there, in terms of traumatic birth, and this was measured according to DSM criteria for a trauma event, that ranged from 7 to 69%, so a huge range. So we looked more at the interquartile range, which is where half of the countries fell, as a kind of indicator of, in most countries, this is what you see. And here we see an interquartile range of 14 to 27%, which is fairly consistent, slightly lower than the typically cited 20 to 30%. And childbirth-related PTSD ranged from 1% to 36%. So again, a huge range with an interquartile range of 3 to 7, which is consistent with meta-analyses. This is a chart, a forest plot, showing the prevalence of birth trauma and PTSD across the different countries. So you can see the highest rates of traumatic birth were in Malawi, Chile, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, going upwards. And similarly, they had high levels of diagnostic PTSD. Importantly, a much larger proportion of women reported that their symptoms caused distress and impairment than those who met diagnostic criteria. So this really emphasises that we need to be helping the women who have all women who have symptoms and are distressed by those symptoms, not just those who meet diagnostic criteria. So you can see distress ranged from 5% to 82%. And impairment ranged from 4 to, I can't read that because it's the time, 80%. So a massive range across different countries. So in summary, for this part of the talk, we see an interquartile range of 3 to 7% that's broadly consistent with the meta-analytic estimates that have been published so far. But we see a prevalence of traumatic birth that's pretty consistent with meta-analytic estimates as well. But we see an increased proportion of women who say that their symptoms are causing them distress and impairing their day-to-day functioning, which shows it's important to identify and support women with subclinical symptoms. This wide range of prevalence could be due to a number of things, but we know at least we know we've measured PTSD in the same way, so it is comparable. It suggests that there are unique socio-demographic, cultural and healthcare factors in each country that influence birth trauma and childbirth-related PTSD rates, and we're in the process of trying to unpick what those key risk factors are and what the differences between countries are. So this is really hot off the press because we're still in the process of analysing these data. What's interesting, I don't know if you noticed in the forest plot, is that there's not a clear association between levels of childbirth-related PTSD and a country's economic status. So you have low-income countries or low-middle-income countries like Nigeria, for example, who have a very low rate of childbirth-related PTSD in this study, and you have high-income countries like Saudi Arabia that have very high rate of childbirth-related PTSD. So again, this suggests that there are these socio-demographic, cultural and healthcare factors that are important, but positively, looking at the hope side of it, it also suggests that we can make changes without having to pour a lot of extra resources into systems. It's about what we do, not necessarily how much it costs. Obviously, it highlights the need for tailored policy interventions that are relevant to each country's context, and there are limitations to this study. It builds on previous research, but we have low representation of countries from low and middle income brackets because of the need for extra resources to conduct the research. Obviously, we used self-report questionnaires, and the timing of the data collection was over and after the pandemic. So these may have affected the rates of childbirth-related PTSD that are identified, particularly in the countries that collected their data in the peak of the pandemic. Okay, so whistle-stop overview of prevalence worldwide. Now I'm going to talk about how we screen and assess for birth trauma. And why is it important? Well, I don't think I need to tell you, but obviously in order to support and treat women with, or fathers or birthing people with childbirth-related PTSD, we need to be able to identify those affected. And some of them may come to services by themselves and ask for help, but many won't. Fine, okay, thank you. There are a number of different measures of PTSD, and a lot of them were developed in non-childbirth populations. So the research had to, use these measures that weren't developed in pregnant and postpartum populations. So we developed the City Birth Trauma Scale that was published now 7 years ago to try and address this. It's freely available, so you can download the City Birth Trauma Scale. It's a self-report questionnaire. It can be administered in a number of different ways, and it's available in over 21 languages at the moment, with more to come. It assesses childbirth-related PTSD symptoms according to the diagnostic criteria, so you can either use it as a way of looking at a person's symptom profile or as a way of looking at whether they meet the criteria for a diagnosis. What I will say, because on the left-hand side you've got the diagnostic criteria, which obviously there are many boxes that women or people have to fit in order to be diagnosed with PTSD. But the studies that have looked at the City Birth Trauma Scale have found that the symptoms tend to cluster in two groups, one of birth-related symptoms and one of general symptoms. And I'll come back to this later. So the birth-related symptoms are the re-experiencing avoidance symptoms, and the general symptoms are the negative cognitions and mood and the hyperarousal symptoms. There are different versions for women and birthing people, for fathers and birth partners, for maternity staff. These are all available, as I said earlier, but thanks to Make Birth Better nudging me, we have now created a short form, which is what they wanted me particularly to talk about today in about 2 minutes. So I'll do my best. But Nikki, this is all down to you. We use the Intersect data to analyse the City Birth Trauma Scale, which is 29 items, so it's quite long, which is fine if you're doing a fuller assessment, but actually for a screening tool it's too long to implement in clinical practice and be feasible. So we use the Intersect data, we use statistical modelling to identify those items that were most predictive, and the whole process and the draft short forms were reviewed by different stakeholders. So this is the end result. It has 5 items, and it importantly identifies 90% of those who fulfill diagnostic criteria for childbirth-related PTSD, and importantly, the psychometric sort of statistical properties of this measure were consistent across different countries, which implies that it is relatively robust to use in different countries and with different groups and populations, although this needs more research. This is the short form. If you're interested, you can also see it online. The wording of the instructions is deliberately gender neutral, so it can be used with mums, dads, birthing partners, non-birthing partners. So hopefully that makes it more accessible. So we're hoping that this short form can be used as a kind of brief screening tool to identify those who experience birth trauma. And the first question is around whether they experience their birth as traumatic. And if somebody says no, then there's no need to ask them about the symptoms. The questions on the long form can be added, the ones around when did it start, how long has it been going on, if that's of use to the service that it's being used in. And there are also questions on differential diagnosis that might be relevant, for example, depending on what service is using it. And then what we would recommend is a fuller assessment can be done using the long form, and symptom profiles can be used to guide referrals and treatment. This is a speculative form. Nikki, do I have to stop now? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, everyone, for eating into your lunch break. This is speculation. These are kind of my thoughts following the research that we've been doing, some of which isn't published. Because, as I said earlier, the City Birth Trauma Scale suggests that in postpartum women, you get the birth-related symptoms and you get the general symptoms. And the research is all emergent, so it's very tentative, but it suggests that the general symptoms are much more highly associated with other psychological problems like depression, and also with problems within the mother-infant relationship. Whereas the birth-related symptoms are not so highly associated, often not even associated with those things. So we could speculate, or I am here, that, and some of this slide isn't showing. So if the symptom profiles can be used to inform clinical referrals. So if a woman has low birth-related symptoms and low general symptoms, but is still distressed by them, then the first column may be appropriate. Birth stories or reflection services and monitoring and support. If a woman has low general symptoms and high birth-related symptoms, then a trauma-focused approach may be more appropriate, like EMDR or trauma-focused CBT. If you have both severe symptoms, so both high birth-related symptoms and high general symptoms, remembering that those are the ones that tend to be more associated with depression and the difficulties in the mother-infant relationship, then you would be looking at more intensive treatment and parent-infant intervention. As I said, this is speculative, and I've run over time, so I'll just summarise quickly to go back to the beginning to say that obviously valid screening and assessment tools are important, and that the City Birth Trauma Scale might help. It was developed specifically for this, and the short form hopefully makes it more feasible to use in clinical services. It seems to be robust, but we obviously will carry on doing research on that, and the long form can still be used for fuller assessment. And as I just said, the different symptom profiles may inform different referral pathways. If you want more information, that you can find it for the city bits there and for Intersect there. And I would like to acknowledge, firstly, all the women and partners who are behind these statistics and everything that they've been through, and the fact that they've been generous enough to share that with us over the years. And then I'd also like to acknowledge all the researchers in Intersect and the perinatal mental health team at City. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. At Make Birth Better, we know a lot about the City Birth Trauma Scale. Susan, don't worry, we try to feed it into all of our bespoke training to really kind of spread the word. So really interesting, isn't it, that we can go back 10 years and actually quite a lot has happened. And with that theme of back to basics in this Birth Trauma Summit, really important that we look at that progress. And I'm sure we can add that to that sort of hopefulness board that we are putting together. And really important that we are really collecting this data now, and that Intersect study over those 31 countries is going to be so enlightening. So thank you once again. I'd like to introduce our final speaker for this morning. We have Seetal Savla joining me on the stage. Come on in. Seetal is a freelance writer and fertility patient advocate, having experienced multiple failed IVFs and losses before becoming a mum to a daughter. Seetal is passionate about sharing her story to support others who have been on a similar path, and also to reduce the stigma around fertility issues, particularly in South Asian communities. Seetal is going to be talking about 5 lessons I have learned since starting my fertility journey in 2015. So, welcome.
Okay, let me find the clicker, make sure I've got that. Perfect. All right, thank you very much for the lovely introduction, and it's wonderful to be here with you all today. So, when I was invited to share my lived experience of birth trauma with you today, I had to think twice about it. My daughter's birth didn't seem traumatic to me. It didn't go according to plan. I had a failed induction followed by a C-section when I was hoping for a vaginal birth, and giving birth in Germany, when I could barely speak German, was stressful as well at times. But all in all, there were no major complications. The surgery went well, the scar healed well, and my swollen body went back to normal within weeks as well. So why am I here today if I don't have a traumatic story to tell? Because although my daughter arrived safely, I still suffered trauma. Trauma that was caused by events and experiences that happened long before she was born, and shortly afterwards as well, all of which have left lasting mental and emotional scars. I want to shine a light on all of them today to show that there's no one-size-fits-all version of birth trauma, and that we all feel it and live it differently depending on everything that has shaped us until this point. Navigating a lengthy fertility journey has molded me in ways that I couldn't have expected when I took those first steps towards motherhood 10 years ago. I've learned countless lessons, things I wish I'd known to feel more empowered, more connected, and more informed from the outset, instead of overwhelmed and ashamed and confused. And since, unfortunately, I can't go back in time to coach my younger self, I speak about these learnings to support other people who are struggling to conceive. In parallel, I would like to give healthcare professionals like yourselves an insight into the reality of what it feels like to battle fertility issues to bring your baby home. And I have no doubt that anyone in this audience thinks that it's a walk in the park, but hearing about these highs and lows from someone who has experienced them gives you a different perspective. So here are the 5 lessons I've learned on my fertility journey. Among many, it was difficult to narrow them down. A little bit about myself. Trauma doesn't disappear when the baby arrives. So when my daughter was born, I felt numb. And that wasn't because of the long labor, the drugs, or the lack of sleep leading up to the birth. It was because I couldn't believe that she was finally here. After all of this time, 10 years after I held my first positive pregnancy test, I was finally holding my baby. After 4 failed IVFs, a cancelled donor egg IVF, a miscarriage following a second successful donor egg IVF, thanks to a different donor, I was finally a mother at last. Contrary to popular belief, the trauma that I had accumulated before, after, and during each unsuccessful IVF, and then each setback on my donor conception journey as well, that wasn't automatically erased once my baby was placed in my arms. And then there was my 2-month-long miscarriage, the worst of which started on an escalator when I was changing stations after a routine post-loss scan and ended in my blood-spattered bath. Being alone in a foreign country, unfamiliar with the health system, and unable to speak the native language made this terrifying experience even more traumatic. And rather than complicating matters asking for help, I went into autopilot and just forced my feet to get home. Weeks of lighter bleeding and scans followed, and when I was finally referred for surgery, there was nothing left to remove, and it felt strangely anticlimactic. So how can all these memories and feelings just vanish? How could I just close the door on an all-consuming chapter of my life without acknowledging and accepting each traumatic moment and the profound effect of that and how it brought me to the most miraculous one? The thing is, even though I'd been part of the online fertility community for a long time by that point, and so I know that we carry these experiences with us forever, a small part of me had still expected to leave the trauma in the past. Unfortunately, my trauma wanted to walk alongside me as I adjusted to motherhood. For months, I struggled to reconcile my dream and my reality. It felt like I was living someone else's dream in someone else's body, in someone else's life, someone else's mind, and being advised to enjoy every moment when I'd never felt so emotionally and physically exhausted made me feel increasingly disconnected from the daily life that I'd been dreaming about for so long. And then came the guilt. I should be feeling grateful all of the time because I was one of the lucky ones. Not only had my husband and I somehow conceived our daughter naturally, I had a straightforward pregnancy and birth. So really, what did I have to be unhappy about? And that wasn't the only guilt that I was dragging around during my 4th trimester. A couple of days after my daughter was born, a night nurse mistreated me. I was faced with a screaming baby, unable to get up, and I was hoping that the nurse would be able to help me feed her, soothe her, comfort her. She first assumed that the baby was hungry, and when I told her that my milk hadn't come in, she didn't believe me. She, without asking my permission, yanked down my top and roughly pinched my nipples. No milk and no apology. She then told me off for not realizing that my baby's nappy was full, blaming me for my daughter's distress. And her cruelty just silenced me. All I could do was cry. Thankfully, the other mother that I was sharing a room with was a German-speaking Brit, and she leapt to my defense. When I eventually calmed down and found my voice, I felt so ashamed for being unable to take care of my newborn, embarrassed about my emotional outburst in front of 2 strangers, and guilty for not speaking up for myself. I'm a fertility patient advocate, and I failed to advocate for myself when it counted. Although I later lodged a complaint, it took me a long time to make peace with my reaction. I wasted precious time and energy on that, which should have been and could have been spent bonding with my baby. This lesson isn't aimed at medical staff who, of course, should support you in the way you need because they're trained to do so. When they harm you instead of hurting you, there are escalation procedures in place to hopefully prevent these things from happening again. With family and friends and colleagues, however, it's a different scenario altogether. If and when they fall short of our expectations, there's no policy or rule book to train them on how to provide the support we need. And that support varies from one person to another. For me, I expected people to listen to my fears and frustrations with an empathetic ear. Given that I write and speak about how to better support people who are struggling to conceive, I wrongly assumed that my words would be taken on board at some point. But often they weren't. Every time I heard one of these platitudes, I got really annoyed, and it felt as if no one was listening. It felt like I was wasting my time trying to educate people who didn't want to be educated on this subject. And why else would they keep saying something that they knew would give me zero comfort? Over time, I realized it wasn't because they didn't want to learn or that they were trying to get on my nerves. In most cases, they could see that I was suffering, and they just wanted to offer an instant solution before moving on. Being confronted with a person in pain is awkward, and our natural response is to alleviate it. When it comes to fertility issues, though, there's no such thing as a quick fix with a positive, guaranteed outcome. If that did exist, we would be all over it without anyone having to say anything. But until that day arrives, we have to live with the uncertainty, we have to feel our feelings, and it can be really messy, dark, and ugly. Very few people seem to want to hear about my hopelessness and see my sadness. They didn't want to deal with my disappointments, accept my anger, or entertain my envy. But instead of resenting them and continuing to resent them for their limitations, I decided to take a more compassionate approach. Expecting everyone to give me everything I needed in terms of emotional support was always unrealistic. It was better, healthier to confide in people who could hold that space for me. With them, I could rage against the unfairness of it all, sob until I was spent, or just sit in silence. That was very helpful sometimes as well. It was so liberating. Knowing that I had access to such support made it easier to stick to high-level updates with everybody else, hear the inevitable advice, and move on. And that's okay. Not everyone needs or wants to know every little detail. Save them for those who do. Lesson 3. Sometimes strangers end up knowing more about my fertility story and providing suitable support compared to loved ones. And it sounds abnormal at first, but when you think about it, it's totally understandable that somebody who is going through, has been through, or about to go through a similar experience to the one that I've shared openly will resonate more strongly with my journey. And sometimes I'm aware of the positive impacts of my openness and vulnerability on these strangers. They'll like, comment on, share my posts, write me beautiful emails, send me detailed DMs, and seek me out at events to thank me in person. It's in these poignant moments that I'm reminded that what I do matters, especially for South Asian women who are still disappointingly underrepresented in the fertility community. Because sometimes I can forget this. Social media is so noisy nowadays that I often feel that I'm speaking into a void. And when you pour your heart and soul into a post and hardly anyone sees it or interacts with it, it's easy to doubt yourself. But whenever my doubts threaten to derail my purpose, the universe sends me a supportive sign. Although I'm not a religious person or particularly spiritual, I am trying to lean into the belief that life unfolds the way it's meant to. The first sign was when I crossed paths with a South Asian woman in Coldrops Yard many years ago. Having followed me online, she was invested in my story and therefore delighted to meet my husband, our daughter, and I in person. Many years had passed since her journey had ended, but she was very grateful to me for sharing mine to offer comfort to others in our community. She'd missed out on this connection herself and felt terribly lonely. In early 2024, I shared a subtle moment of solidarity with another South Asian woman, this time on the platform at Finchley Central Station. After a day trip to Leicester, my sister, my daughter, and I were almost back home when the train was delayed. And this unexpected delay upset my little lady, and so I was doing everything I could to soothe and distract her. One of these desperate attempts included stepping on and off the train, and that caught the attention of this stranger. Without saying a word, her smile acknowledged my exhaustion and my efforts, and spurred me on. When checking my messages before bed, I saw one from her. She'd recognized me, but she hadn't wanted to disturb me. As a long-time follower, she too wanted to let me know that my posts had inspired her, and she was excited about the year ahead for me. Finally, I made a new friend in Turkey on holiday last summer. We were packing up poolside when she came over to say that she started following me when she found out that she needed IVF to have a baby. Witnessing my highs and lows as she was experiencing similar ones made her feel stronger. Like me, she went on to hold her much-wanted baby, and she was thrilled to introduce him to me. Every real-life and online interaction means the world to me because I'm connecting with someone who needs it. Whether or not you have supportive friends or family, there's nothing quite like meeting someone who knows the intricate journey, the emotional roller coaster of fertility treatment in all forms. But for every person who lets me know how I have helped them and I am helping them, there are many more who will never contact me. These are the people I remember when I wonder whether my words have any weight. When I first published my initial blog post, I have 5 minutes left, so forgive me if I start speaking a bit faster. My first blog post about my first pregnancy loss and the first 2 failed IVFs, my intention was never to continue my journey as an advocate. Having heard that one of our South Asian friends had had IVF with his then wife without telling anyone, including his parents, I wanted to reach people like him who were suffering in silence. I wanted to tell them that they're not alone, even though it feels that way sometimes. And also that they're not abnormal. They shouldn't be blaming themselves for being unable to conceive naturally. I also wanted to pay forward the support I'd received from the Trying to Conceive community on Instagram. I've no idea now how I discovered it, but reading others' stories was a lifeline for me. I'll never forget the first time that I heard the Big Fat Negative podcast and how I laughed and cried as I felt like I'd finally found my tribe, the people who just got it and got me. These advocates' voices enable me to find my own. From then on, I posted about my subsequent IVFs, decision to pursue donor conception, and second loss in real time. And while that approach allowed me to describe all these raw emotions as I experienced them, creating a strong sense of intimacy with my online community, it took its toll at times. And one of those times was when I had to break the news about my miscarriage. I struggled to find the right words about how to soften the blow, but there are no right words. I felt like I was letting everyone down, even though it wasn't my fault. And they'd invested their time and energy in me, considered me as a symbol of hope, and once again I had to tell them that I'd failed, my body had failed me, and I was back at square one. Except I wasn't, not if I looked at things from a different angle. I was no longer pregnant, which was absolutely devastating, but after taking time out to process that loss, I saw the worth in my work through new eyes. I was helping to break down the barriers around fertility, donor conception, alternate paths to parenthood, and baby loss, especially in South Asian communities. I'm often asked why these subjects are still shrouded in secrecy and shame, and the answer is very complicated. In short, the reasons are rooted in our colonial past, our parents' immigration journey, their need to hold on to our culture and its values, the importance of a good education and career for future stability, and the desire to be seen as a good, successful family. When someone struggles to get pregnant or stay pregnant, one of the tick boxes on the Children of Immigrants checklist remains empty. People then start to point the finger and speculate. Is it because they were sinful in a past life? Maybe there's a family history of mental or physical health issues. In the case of miscarriage, maybe the mother thought, said, or did something bad. To avoid all this speculation, many prefer to keep their problems to themselves. The more others know, the more judgment and criticism and unsolicited advice we have to hear. But staying silent can lead to loneliness at a time that we need our community the most. On a more positive note, I've seen some progress since I first started speaking out about my journey. There are now more South Asian women sharing their stories, and every time we hear from one of them, we get one step closer to normalizing conversations in our community and beyond. Through hosting a peer support group, I've learned that contrary to myths and my own bias, parents and in-laws are providing their children and partners more support, better support. And it makes me really happy to hear this because that hasn't always been the case. And while the parents may not know exactly how it feels to experience these issues, they're taking the time to listen and learn, and that bodes well for future generations and for healing intergenerational trauma. But the situation isn't all rosy. Many panels, campaigns, and partnerships don't feature any brown faces, and then therefore missing the unique opportunities to hear our perspective, the challenges we face, and broaden the understanding of what's working and what's failing in fertility care and in society at large. Until more of us are visible, we only have a narrow lens on this. Speaking of visibility, I'm sad to say that there are fewer South Asian male advocates than ever before. We need to know how they feel, otherwise we will continue to focus on their female partners without acknowledging and appreciating the difficulties that they go through. We will unintentionally reinforce stereotypes instead of telling men that it's normal, not weak, to show their emotions. I don't know what has caused this steady decline, but I would like to contribute to reversing the trend as part of my purpose to represent those whose voices go unheard. Along with being asked about my thoughts on why South Asian communities view fertility issues as shameful, another common question is what advice I'd give to anyone at the beginning of their journey. There are so many things that I wish I'd known when I was in their shoes, and long before that, to be honest. But the one thing I always want to communicate is that you're not alone. We all know that we're not the first and the last ones to walk this journey, but it doesn't feel that way sometimes. It often feels like no one understands our conflicting emotions, the events that trigger us, and the grief we have to process knowing that we won't have that simple, natural path to parenthood that we'd always envisaged. And the loneliness can sometimes be exacerbated by the fact that our partners even fail to grasp the depth of our emotions. We might be told to celebrate a pregnancy announcement instead of feeling sad for ourselves, or encouraged to hold a newborn shortly after a failed IVF attempt or loss, or not to take intrusive questions and comments to heart because they weren't ill-intentioned, so that's okay. In these moments, it's helpful to know that you can turn to others for support. For some, reading and listening to how others have coped or are coping without actively engaging is enough, and this is precisely what I did to build the resistance I needed to navigate my own journey. And for those who prefer to share, there are countless forums, Instagram, communities, events to embrace and explore. Being an active member of the TTC community has enriched my life in unexpected ways. Not only have I received the exact support that I've needed at every stage of my journey and made lifelong friends, becoming an advocate has led to professional opportunities that have boosted my personal growth. If someone had told my newbie fertility patient self that, one, I'd be standing here, that I would capture an entire IVF cycle and miscarriage on camera, have a byline in the Times, collaborate on multiple campaigns, and be interviewed on Women's Hour, I just wouldn't have believed them. Therapy is also a viable option. After I miscarried, I sought help to work through my complex feelings. And unlike my previous experiences with therapy, I chose a female South Asian therapist because I needed someone who just understood why those challenges were particularly difficult without me having to explain anything. 1 minute left, okay. I felt more connected to her, and I was able to express all these tricky emotions without worrying about burdening my loved ones, and it taught me to be kinder to myself, which is something I'm still working on. Therapy was a lifeline for me, and I was privileged to access it. Many don't, due to the long NHS waiting lists, cost of private treatment, all the cultural stigma around sharing such personal health-related information. It's not the done thing to bare your soul to strangers. Even though each conversation remains confidential, some may still fear that their secrets will be revealed, damaging theirs and their family's reputation, and especially if they speak to a fellow South Asian. But whatever our circumstances and preferences, none of us are alone, and it helps to know that. Whether you tell the world via social media or just open up to one person you trust, the important thing is to talk. By keeping quiet, we give our inner critic free rein, and that's dangerous territory. So narrowing the lessons learned over a decade-long fertility journey was no mean feat. I hope the ones I've given you have given you a different perspective on the lifelong impact of fertility trauma and birth trauma. Both change the way we move through life.
Fertility journey. I'm sure there are many, many people in the room who can relate to that personally or with their friends, with their family. And it can really feel like you are battling alone. So important that we can acknowledge that really those 5 lessons. Firstly, that trauma doesn't disappear as soon as that baby arrives, and that we do need to acknowledge that. And really finding who is going to help you, and that not everybody can help you in the way that perhaps you need. And of course, not knowing who else you are helping, that by telling your story, you are always going to strike a chord with somebody. And I love that pain can become your purpose, Seetal. Those raw emotions that many go through on that fertility journey, and by expressing them can really help to break down some of those barriers. And of course, you are not alone. So thank you. We are now going to go into our panel, and I'm going to start to have a look at what we have in terms of Q&A. So. Is this on? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for all of the questions that have been coming in. There seems to be lots of them. I've just gone down the list. 98 questions. How am I going to choose? How am I going to choose what we ask? I'll tell you what. I'm going to start with Despina. Oh, no. So, Despina, do you find most cases brought to you are where women have sought a caesarean birth and faced harm not actually getting one? And do you also
and they weren't given the information, and they were just pushed towards a vaginal, whereas I think with a caesarean section, if it's an elective, an emergency caesarean section, I'm not a medic, obviously, but emergency caesarean sections are slightly different. But with an elective, everything's controlled, I think. Things can go wrong, but the likelihood is that you will not have the physical trauma that you might get with a vaginal delivery. And I do get patients who, clients who had wanted a caesarean, but couldn't go down that route because they weren't allowed or given enough information.
Okay, thank you. And thinking about home birth, do you have many people that come in having requested a home birth and not had their wishes met?
I'm sure I don't have any particular cases about home births. There are colleagues of mine that do. So we get all sorts of maternity situations, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to come to you, Susan, if I may. It's a very specific question. Is there an ideal time after birth to complete that birth trauma assessment?
So in terms of the screening, the short screening tool, that can be used any time after birth. So it will ask about symptoms in the previous week. So it can be used in the first week after birth. It can be used 6 months after birth. It won't tell you about historical PTSD symptoms. It'll only tell you about what women are experiencing currently in the last week. And the long form, I have more information on the long form of the City Birth Trauma Scale because it's been around obviously a lot longer. And that has been used in groups of women up to 1 year, 18 months after birth, again, to look at current symptoms.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So very specific question there. There was something else as well around scales, and I can't seem to find it. Hang on, let me just find. I'm going to ask you, actually, Seetal, this one.
Not about scales,
Not about scales.
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
I have just found the birth trauma scale. Okay, sorry, I have found it. So this question says, the City Birth Trauma Scale is based on psychosomatic symptoms, but it can happen that some women do not appear with birth trauma with the tool, but actually do have it, question mark.
Yes, absolutely. And that is one of the limitations of the scale. So the scale was developed around the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria. So it measures psychological symptoms. It has one question.
Across somebody who has been raised in the same way, you understand the culture, religion in some cases as well, even though I'm not particularly religious, but I am aware of these factors, and that makes a big difference. You immediately feel that connection, and you feel understood, and it allows you, I think, to open up a bit more as well. And so, as I mentioned, I recently started hosting peer support groups online once a month. And it's amazing that these women, we're all strangers, we come together and we open up about the deepest, most traumatic experiences and just gain so much strength from one another. You know you're not alone, but it really feels that way sometimes. And this, I think, solidifies that. It makes you realize that you can lean on others for support. And sometimes the best support comes from strangers, actually. I've found that myself. And I've been lucky to have great support from my family and my in-laws as well. So.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. There was another question, actually, just thinking about some of the research, and I'm going to come back to you, Susan. Just thinking, does our research take into account some of these cultural nuances? Certainly some of the research that you have been looking at.
Not enough,
yeah,
is the answer to that. It's changing. So obviously there's a big push now to look more at diversity and minority groups in our research, and that is happening, but the research process is so lengthy. It can take studies 5-6 years before they're actually published. So we need to do more, and we need to do it quicker.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just to add to that, by collecting all this data on birth trauma from all of these countries, those 31 countries you talked about outside of the UK, how does it help them? What are we sort of doing actively with this information?
So the aim is to work with the researchers in the different countries, obviously, but for them to change policy and practice in those countries to try and prevent and reduce birth trauma and PTSD. I mean, I think that's what we've always been aiming for. It's not easy, and research can be very dry because it's all stats, but it provides a lever with which we can argue for change. And that's the goal, ultimately.
Thank you. And this final question to all of you, if I may. What are the panel's thoughts on the role of antenatal education and how that can help in terms of the prevention or reduction of birth trauma?
I think it's vital. It's got to start from the beginning. You don't want to end up going into labour and you have a certain expectation of how this is all going to look like, and I'll have a baby and it'll be all wonderful. And then it doesn't go according to what you think. And I think antenatal education is absolutely vital. Sorry.
So do go and have a look. Go and help yourselves to lunch and enjoy networking. Thank you. Oh, I didn't do the word cloud.